Yes, I have mastered the microphone. Microphone mastered. That's the first thing that I've got to do to start the stream. Is like hit this button that doesn't want to actually turn to unmute my mic. But I got it unmuted and here I am. Here I am at a totally normal time for me. Nothing weird about this. Actually, I don't know, traditionally speaking, I was a late night streamer. So there actually is nothing weird about this. It's just like obviously, I was planning to be here a little bit earlier. Truth be told, I've been in the workshop, and I've been trying to come up with some new things to do on stream, to make it more fun, to make it more interactive, and to kind of bring you into the content in a way that I haven't done before. In other words, chat, we're gonna make some TikToks together. I hope that's okay with you. I hope you're here for that, right? We're gonna require some audience participation tonight. Yeah, that's right. Cenk and Anna, and they are the bad take factory that they always were, but I get the feeling that lately they must be consulting someone. Like it really feels like that they might have really been hurt more than they let on to. So if you don't know, a few months ago, Cenk it was Anna, right? Anna came forward with all these like weird, turf takes, and Cenk was like, what's wrong? Like completely normal point of view to have there, right? And I mean, like, this was a shock to a lot in TYT's audience, including their mods, some of whom we talked to on stream, and we read the manifesto, the mod manifesto, an actual good mod manifesto, right? This was some real problems that they were having with the place that they had been, providing their labor of love to, and just no longer felt connected to. And I mean, they've just been doing this thing. It's like Destiny, like where Destiny has a bad take and he's like, what's wrong? Like, right there, it's almost like strategic. It's like people aren't paying enough attention to the Young Turks. Let's say something that will stir the waters, and stir the waters it does until it gets Anna cooked, and then she blames Olimey, and the rest of the story, right? The rest of the story. So, I mean, there's been some questionable takes, but I feel like they're not as bad as they could be. And that's what I mean when I say I feel the presence of a consultant, because maybe that, you would think that it hurts some core constituency. You would hope that it hurts some core constituency. You would hope that progressive content creators can't just like have turf takes and be and like wait, I'm trying to think of the examples, right? You could have a bad take and you could like Colleen Ballinger, or you could have a bad take and you could Russel Brand. Somebody that has had more than his share of bad takes, and at this point it's about a lot more than takes, as more information has come out discussing the experiences had by many women with Russel Brand. And this has of course caused the right-wing manosphere red pill community to go into hyper overdrive reality denying mode, and that's kind of what we're seeing, right? Is people, before the allegations even came out, oh no, that's bullshit, Russel Brand clearly got too close to the Matrix, and he was about to expose that everything we see before our face is actually fake. Here's the real world. Here's the truth of the matter, and that's why this Matrix attack happened. And you've heard this before. You've heard it from Tate. You've heard it from Trump. It's becoming a very common refrain. So I feel like it's important right now to clarify what you say and distinguish it from that mentality of literally the persecution of ideas that are the default, like patriarchy. Like that's what this is. If you look at the entire conspiracy sphere, I don't even know what you want to call it, right? Because like Russell Brand is about conspiracies. Andrew Tate, on the other hand, he uses conspiracies when he needs them, right? But Russell Brand, that is his brand, is conspiracy lately. And that's also the shield that he's hiding behind right now. That is a cute butterfly. It's kind of big, isn't it? It's like oversized, like everything here, chat. Do you know about like the little dudes? I once had a sub alert. I think, no, maybe it was a follower alert. I don't know, whatever it was. It was my voice saying, and then the little dudes come up, and actually I'm just like little dudes, right? And a picture of a chonkin little gator, like the cutest chonkin little mini gator, not like a big gator, but kind of a stubby gator, right? A special kind of gator came up. And the problem was that somehow in my change from Streamlabs, which I will confess that I did used to use the evil Streamlabs, right? I did not know that they were evil at the time. And I've since switched to Stream Elements, but somewhere in the translation of my OBS setup from one to the other, we got the inflation of the little dudes, where the little dudes became huge, and I didn't even see the joke until Demon Mama pointed it out to me, that your little dudes are looking kind of not so little right now. Why are all of your stream alerts gigantic? And it was literally just some kind of, I think I must have had it on like one graphic setting and switched it to the other, you know. I think I might have just doubled everything's size in the translation. They love Judas. They love Judas. They do love Judas. That's true. And thank you for the follow. They love Judas. Happy affiliate anniversary. Oh my God, chat. I need to actually look at you. I've done a whole, look, I'm trying to do a little spiel because I know this gets watched later on YouTube, and some people run into it and they think it's a video. And if they're expecting a video, they're expecting an intro, and that means I have to go off and talk about this, talk about what we're going to talk about what we're going to get to. We got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. We're going to find out what Legal Eagle has to say about XQC and the legality of what I am doing right now. The React Andrea meta. That's what we're going to talk about. The XQC is just like the best example of. I love having people like XQC out there biting his toenails through that's his contribution. It's transformative content, Chad. It's transformative content when he bites his toenails. It's real. That's something real. He's giving you his take in the form of biting his toenails. And how could you say that he's not reacting hard enough, right? I mean, I've dealt with it too. I've gotten accused of literally taking too much of somebody's content, not being transformative, talking about my WAP when I should have been talking about the video, right? I think that was the accusation, and that was the attempt to get my channel, my YouTube channel, taken down, right? In trying to refurbish the show and refocus my direction, I ended up taking a look at some of the old videos, right? And just kind of saw what I had dealt with. You know, it's like you look back at this long journey that you've taken, and you don't really realize like where you are and where you've been, and that like a little over a year ago, you know, I was getting attacked by the sysadmin of Bosch in an attempt at first to take down my YouTube channel. I think like twice or maybe 3 times, right? Just over and over again. And YouTube just saying, we don't buy that. This is transformative content. What kind of, she made one of these claims against me. And you know, from there to like the weird allegations on Twitter, this giant Google file of just like pure speculation, and having to literally prove her wrong like with my stream, like, right, the fact that I was streaming when I streamed was the, evidence that basically proved that she was full of shit, right? The literal time that I was streaming, right? When she was claiming I was doing something very different, right? So like having to deal with all this stuff, I know a little bit about this. I just don't feel like I was ever criticized for this in good faith. I think I could have been, though. I think that when I first started out streaming, a lot of times you would find me literally going downstairs to cook dinner and leaving something really engaging on. Sometimes maybe more than others. Maybe sometimes it was boring. But yeah, I just wanted to keep the chat entertained. And I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking, right? I don't know what I was thinking. Like gigantic breaks. I do not do that anymore. You can see what happens when Hassan like goes to pee, and then with XQC and what is it, Sniper Wolf? Can anybody explain Sniper Wolf to me? I have not ever seen a Sniper Wolf video. I've heard that Sniper Wolf's content is maybe even less transformative than XQC's. React Andes are fine, but React Andreas talk too much and are ladies of the night. Well, yeah, tonight I'm definitely a lady of tonight, and tonight I'm definitely talking too much, and I'm edging you a little longer than normal because I want to explain all the stuff that we've got coming up. Pearl. I'm like, what else was I gonna cover? There's like 1, 2, 3, rule of threes, 3 things. What is the third? It's Pearl. It's a J. Aubrey video essay on one just Pearly things who you may know. Sniper Wolf just farms TikTok clips best watched when muted. Getting flack for getting up to pee or eating on stream. Yeah, considering what I used to do, right? And like obviously I don't do this anymore. Obviously I have been broken of those bad habits. But that's the irony, right? Is that like some creator out there at some point probably had a legitimate bone to pick with me, right? In terms of like if I'm watching their content and I'm not even there, I'm cooking food. I mean, I would usually be like listening on my headphones though. So that was how I justified it. I'm listening on my headphones. When I get my rice cooked or whatever the hell, takes like 30 minutes to cook, then I will I will come up and I will eat and give you my take on what I just listened to while I was cooking. And I don't know. I don't know if that's good content or not. I question that. Oh, it was a kappa. Oh, I see. Oh, so I was trying to understand your meaning. Yes, it was a kappa. It was a kappa. It was one of those kappa situations. I am the queen of, the golden kappas, right? The golden kappa is when you take a kappa too seriously and you're like, you don't realize that it's a kappa and not the mythological beast. See, that's my problem is like when I hear kappa, I think of a yokai and not a particularly easy one to deal with if you want to keep your Shiriko Dama intact, right? Dealing with this kind of kappa, it takes good manners, actually. The best manners. That's how you deal with a kappa. Yeah, good manners. So instead of frivolity, showed you good manners. And for that, I truly apologize. You should have done tone indicators. Oh my god. Oh no, you're fine. Lord Prevent, a streamer eats. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I think it depends on what you're eating. I swear to God, I think there's a few videos and they're like good videos, right? The only reason they'd be up like this, where I was literally like I cooked some kind of tortilla and was dipping it in hummus and it was really crunchy and was like crunching all over the place. It was like crunch, 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 crunch. Like I'm sure it picked up. I'm sure that, yeah, like I remember this. I remember hearing the crunching sounds and being like, what am I gonna do? about the crunching sounds, because it's like one thing when it's just crunching, but it's another thing when you're crunching and you're like, no, 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 oh, actually, chat, no, no, no. You know what I mean? When what you're saying gets mixed in with the food, I mean, that's a very Hasanabe thing to do. He does it all the time, so I shouldn't feel bad about it either. But he had a monetized legal reaction video. Oh yeah, also I didn't know that people could see my affiliate anniversary. Wow. That's such a personal thing. No, it's fine. You can celebrate that with me. I didn't realize we were celebrating though. What am I like? Oh my god. He watched every single JCS video. Oh, completely creating a market substitute. Yeah, that's the real thing, right? That's the real thing that people get more upset at. It's not so much if you watch something on Twitch, right? Because the theory there is that you're going to take views away. So what that's assuming is that there's somebody out there that would have found your video without the streamer. They would have found it anyway. They would have clicked on it and they would have watched it. And now, because they watched it with Hassan, because they watched it with XQC, because they watched it with nocommentchick, they are not going to watch that video. So that's stealing a view. And I'm sure it happens, but it's at such a low rate that it kind of makes, and you're going to hear this on Legal Eagle, like part of the problem with these kind of lawsuits, unless they are, unless you can prove damages, is that one of the reasons that these lawsuits don't happen more often is that even if judgment was rendered to say not transformative, and therefore there's some judgment of like a loss, right? Because that's what happens is you would sue for the money that you lost and try to prove somehow that like this many viewers would have seen the video and they didn't, and this is the ad revenue. If you actually do that in math, you're gonna end up with like, yeah, you owe this person like $2 or something, right? It's marginal. So the only reason that somebody would really take that forward would be maybe they're mad at the person. It's pretty hard to, yeah, exactly. As I'm saying it, right? This is speculative, right? Can you imagine that trying to be like, trying to prove that X number of users would have seen your video? Like, I don't know. You do discovery and you like requisition like YouTube's algorithm to like try to actually find out like where the views went. You're like, seriously. Wow. Okay, well, let's get into it, right? I've edged you for long enough. I feel like I've explained everything that we're going to do tonight. Yeah, the other thing I was saying earlier is I want to try to do a TikTok with you, chat. I've got everything to be able to edit it and to make it happen like within stream, and I want to start doing more of that kind of stuff, like kind of bring you into that world, just to, if nothing else, then to have something that is a little bit different, right? In terms of making little bits of content, like a TikTok. A TikTok would be perfect. It's the kind of thing that if somebody were to see me say something weird, funny, accidentally funny, bizarre, embarrassing, etc., they could make, assuming that they have a sub, right? Assuming that they have a Twitch sub, right? Which is also assuming that they're not going to get caught in the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour or any kind of ad break, which probably is coming up in, what, 7 minutes? Yeah, I actually hit it this time. That's right. That you can get out of that ad break with a Twitch Prime sub, with a regular sub, which is 25% off during the month of September, or if you are lucky, with a gift sub, which you are more likely to get if you're more active in chat. So, yeah, see, I'm on top of it. Oh my God. Maybe, nighttime, I'm so pro and then I hit the wrong button. This is this is the humor of No Comment Check. Look, I'm funnier than I realize I am because sometimes the joke's just on me. Anyway, let's see the. Yo, I heard that the ultimate way to win a debate, any debate, no matter what, okay, you could be losing the debate so bad, and you get on the floor and you do the worm, and all of a sudden it turns into a W, right? The worm. That is the ultimate basic debate tactic. That's not even a basic debate tactic. That is an advanced debate tactic. That is a next level. That's the word I'm looking for. You're on mobile, so you have to oh yeah. Someone watching your video through a VOD instead of the OG video. Oh yeah, the VODs. Oh, are we talking about the in terms of, oh god, because I'm keep on changing the subject. I keep on changing the subject. And you got to get back to the thing that you were talking about first, which was TikTok, and how some of my TikToks actually come from clips that people make. In other words, if you make a clip, if you have a sub that giving you the ability to actually make a clip, then there's a possibility that I could see it because it goes to my inbox and I might turn it into a TikTok. And I'm going to show you at some point how that sort of thing works, because I think it's really interesting. There's some unique challenges that I've had to overcome, and I could also probably up my game. I just downloaded CapCut, which I was always using two programs, one called Combo and the other that being, TikTok's own, inborn editor. But I noticed that the PC version is a little bit cooler. Like somebody said that CapCut's editor and like that there's some kind of a relationship in the software between TikTok's editor and CapCut. But I can neither confirm nor deny. If you make a clip, the clip can become a TikTok. That is true. That is true. And I was gonna see if maybe we could practice that tonight. Yeah, let's get in before we even worry about that. Let's see what we got under this big tub of popcorn. I hope that it's not toenails. That's all that I really hope, is that I hope that Legal Eagle is not expecting that I am here to eat toenails. That would be bad.
Streamers are being so lazy, it might be illegal. That's right, professional live streamer XQC is facing accusations of stealing content for his own reaction videos while making a complete mockery of other people's intellectual property rights. Oh, hold on. This part's great. Man, I love this guy. Welcome back, Legal Eaglets. Today it's time to think like a lawyer because we're going to be covering one of the most misunderstood aspects of copyright law: fair use. So
there's no toenails left?
So hold on, because
do not do the worm.
It depends. But for those not in the know, XQC is one.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you could hurt yourself doing the worm.
One of the most popular and highest paid internet personalities. Over the past decade, the 27-year-old French Canadian has cultivated a dedicated following for his unique style of unfiltered commentary for video game live streams and YouTube videos. Now, XQC's most recent controversy kicked off when he uploaded a video to his YouTube channel showing himself reacting to another creator's video on the JFK assassination.
About to return to ground level, given spotted Oswald approaching.
But while reaction videos typically involve lots of pausing and constructive commentary on selected clips, XQC's video is almost exclusively just him watching the entirety of another person's 90-minute video. This triggered an influx of backlash from other YouTubers who accused XQC of free riding off of another creator's hard work, all while reaping financial rewards via clicks and ad revenue.
Is there a video that's like the best of XQC? Because like I've heard all these stories about things that XQC has done, right? The eating the toenails is one of them. The interaction between him and some people that were doing housekeeping in his room, apparently entertaining, right? I don't know like anything about XQC. Like I have honestly never watched the guy.
revenue.
XQC is saying next to nothing. Again, it's just like, wow, this video is popular, so I'm gonna sit in the corner and my audience will do basically whatever I say, and I'll say it next to nothing and make free money.
And to make matters worse, sometimes he even keeps the video playing while he
Wait, who was that? Was that the person that made the JFK video?
leaves to use the bathroom or make lunch.
Allowed various work.
Do not post this to YouTube for the lack of react. Boom!
And of course, XQC is not the only streamer who reacts to other people's videos in real time with almost no commentary. It's all over the place.
Smiggled. Oh shit. Have you ever watched these? Like, I never know how this works, right? Because sometimes if you, like, say that you're trying to watch through a series, and there are some episodes legitimately up on YouTube somehow of this series that maybe is supposed to be behind, some sort of streaming site, right? But, it's uploaded to YouTube. You can, so you're watching, like, episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, and then you look for episode 4, and all you find is, like, these dudes react to episode 4. And so even though you're not looking for a react video, you're trying to watch the series, you're kind of like, well, this is the best I've got, and I will at least see the story, even if it's through somebody else's eyes. That is how I run into these kind of videos. Like the watch along, right? And like the way that more legal? Yeah, it's legal. The really legal way to do it is that you're watching it and it's not playing. There's no sound. There's no video. It's just not playing. I can't imagine watching one of those videos. You're literally talking about a video where the person's watching, it's titled like Naruto episode 1, and they're watching Naruto episode 1, but you are expected to put in your Naruto episode 1 and like synchronize it with theirs so that it'll feel like you're watching it with them. And I always think of the whole react thing. I feel like where it comes from, maybe I'm guessing, maybe I don't know, maybe I'm not like some kind of expert that you should be trusting on weird little theories that I happen to have, but I kind of think that it comes from the way when you have people over to hang out, oh my God, and you don't remind your guests that there's an ad break at the freaking top of the hour, the middle of the hour. When you have people over and you're just like watching stuff, you're just like, hey, have you ever seen this? And they're like, no. And you're like, oh, no, we're putting this on right now. You have never seen Glow? Oh, check this out. You got to watch the show, right? And you're just like, except probably we couldn't watch Glow. And if we were a few years ago, maybe we could watch MasterChef. Maybe we could watch JCS or whatever other content people have successfully pilfered without any sort of clapback, nothing, right? Just like completely successfully built their channels off of the meta of watching stuff that is like, okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's copyrighted. I'm pretty sure that's gotta be copyrighted. And I don't know, maybe that stuff is like Twitch only. Maybe that's the kind of thing that you can only get away with on Twitch, and YouTube will absolutely put your channel in danger for something like that. Used to watch early react channels, and they said the popularity comes from just wanting to watch a thing with someone. Yeah. I mean, it's part of it's that, or like, for me, it's also getting to see what somebody else is into, right? Because they might have different tastes than me, which is going to cause them to know about different stuff. And sometimes, like, there's stuff that I don't know about that I actually really like, but I would have no way of running into it if it weren't for somebody, whether it be a streamer or a friend, recommending it, to me. And then I'm like, oh, okay, actually, I do like this. I would never think to watch this, but here I am watching this, enjoying it. Let's go. And hit the right button.
XQC claims he's done nothing wrong and accuses critics of
myself.
being envious of his success. Now, as a YouTuber who has produced my own share of reaction videos and had their videos reacted to by others, this is an issue that is near and dear to my heart, and more importantly, my wallet. And the transformative nature of fair use is one of the most—
So yeah, I mean, like, there's a different understanding of how this works on YouTube, right? He's going to get into this. Now he's also going to point out that it's not necessarily just for YouTube, like, right? That he's talking about the law, and the law, you know, is the same if you're in a given country, whether it's regarding YouTube or Twitch. But there's kind of like common practices and like envelopes that have been pushed a certain degree. Oh my God, thank you, Zara. 20 months with a tier 3. Thank you so much. Oh God, I didn't even reset my goal. Yeah, we're supposed to make that so that if we get to 10 sub points, which that is like, wait. Oh my God, I'm so confused about how many subs I even have. We've got 87, we got 82, I don't even know. Oh, I'm supposed to keep track of this stuff, chat. I'm supposed to be a professional. I'm supposed to not say that, like, it kind of looks like he's molding invisible clay. You know, like he's got a clay wheel and he's gonna have a ghost cuddle up behind him while he makes some kind of pottery.
most misunderstood—
That's the best way to make pottery, by the way.
areas of the
Have a ghost cuddle up.
law on the internet. So today, let's take a deep dive into one of the most heated debates on online content creation and fair use that's happening right now. Now, Felix Lengyel, better known as XQC, has spent nearly a decade building a devoted online following as a former
Oh my
top
God, he looked so different.
competitive Overwatch player turned streamer and content creator. And on the live streaming platform Twitch and now Kick, XQC regularly chats with fans, hosts reality shows, and broadcasts himself playing video games.
You know, I expect that maybe if I talk to Legal Eagles editors, like, do you think they would like tell me stuff? If I was like, I really like the way that you did this color, like the color, oh my God, what's it called?
And on his YouTube channel, XQC makes general videos on a variety of topics,
Color grading. Yeah. This was awesome color grading.
including videos of himself reacting to other creators' content, and often re-uploading his live streams. Now, XQC is no stranger to controversy, and if
It's
anything,
not good color grading for me, though.
he revels in it. He's been historically suspended from Twitch for various reasons, ranging from a copyright strike for live streaming the Tokyo Olympics.
Some of his editors post on YouTube. I was saying that because, like, you know, the whole controversy with Illuminati was that Legal Eagle got some new editors, and they were trying to do something that was fairly simple, and they felt like it'd be silly to reinvent the wheel. You know, it was just a technique that everybody uses on their YouTube videos, especially, you know, people in that certain niche that that you know, video essay niche, right? Super common effect. And they were just like, hey, you know, could you just, like, this is our first day on the job, you know, could you just throw us a bone as far as, like, is there an effect? Is there a plugin? Is there a thing that you use to get that? And that is such a simple question, right? It shouldn't be controversial, but that's what started the whole Illuminati drama, strangely, was that was seen as like some kind of an infringement of intellectual property. Weird, God, it's been a weird year, hasn't it? There's like weird dramas that are weirdly popular, right? If you told me last year about Colleen Ballinger and the ukulele and Illuminati, and God, where do I even start with Illuminati? The editors. Oh my God, Sarah, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to They Love Judas. It sounds like a very relaxed workplace. Hit with 5-hour Twitch ban over MVC Olympic stream. Okay, now that one's one that hurts, right? Because I always want to cover live events. Like, I would have covered Amanda Nunes fights if I could have. I mean, like, Amanda Nunes has, I guess, retired. But, yeah, that's the kind of thing. Sporting event. That is the #1 thing that you cannot retransmit or stream, or, you know, where they'll actually come out, because that's the whole thing, is there's like a different level. There's a varying grades of how much, covering different content, how much somebody will come after you, right? There's some stuff that you just cannot, like Disney. There we go.
To an incident where
Or Nintendo.
he uploaded a brief clip of two gorillas mating, which he claimed
Oh. Oh. Okay. Wow.
was by accident. And XQC has also blurted out homophobic, sexist, or otherwise bizarre comments during live streams. But ironically, the famously outspoken XQC now finds himself under fire for the things he doesn't say during his reaction videos.
I mean, do we know they were mating? Right? What if they were just doing it for fun?
Most recently, XQC kicked the hornet's nest on July 24th, 2023, when he posted a video onto his YouTube channel titled The Kennedy Assassination, XQC Reacts to Lemino. But
is this video any good? What has anybody seen this video? What do we learn from this video? Do we learn that there was some dude on the grassy knoll, or is it just like the Warren Commission? Is it the Warren Commission? Like, what is the point of this video? Are they like being like,
XQC's video is not so much a reaction video as it is mostly
only dolphins and humans mate for fun?
just him watching an
What? They're always trying to have babies?
entire 90-minute JFK documentary in silence. A number of YouTubers accused XQC of stealing the content of a fellow creator while providing
It's just straightforward. It's
almost zero commentary that
we're talking about gorillas mating, apparently, is what XQC posted.
would make the video his own. First, it was Bub Films taking XQC to task, then some
Like, do I understand this right? Is this basically a flex? Is like big streamers doing ridiculous stuff? Like, XQC, didn't he watch like Breaking Bad? He like watched Breaking Bad on Kick. He was about to watch The Dark Knight on Kick, and they actually took him down for that one.
ordinary gamers joined the fray, describing
is that just his way of saying, I am so valuable to any streaming service that no matter what I do, you will not permanently risk having me as the competition? Is that what it is? Like, that some people are just so big that
video is garbage.
It's gotta be, because he is, definitely a bigger streamer.
And this isn't the first time that XQC's non-reactive reaction videos have actually stirred controversy.
They cover mysterious historical events. Well, do they do it from like a conspiracy angle, or is it more like from a this is what history says kind of angle?
Neo, a YouTuber who creates educational videos, who you can also find on Nebula, criticized XQC for leaving the room 5 seconds into reacting to Neo's video. And
Wait, Breaking Bad happened after The Dark Knight? Damn.
only coming back 10
See, I would love to watch Breaking Bad with somebody that is, wait, what streamer, if that was a real thing, you could get Breaking Bad with any streamer, what streamer would you want to commentate over? Wait, actually, I don't even know. Chat, like, look, we're getting into something that I do not do, okay? I play it safe when it comes to content. I mean, pretty safe. Obviously, I told you about the issue that we had with the Vosh network earlier when I just reacted to some Xanderhall videos, and I think of a Vosh video, and it just caused them to go after my channel, right? It's other than literally poking the hornet's nest of the Vosh Clout network, which I guess is what happens when you react to their videos, right? And they don't like you, you're not allowed to do it. It's not transformative content. We're gonna threaten legal action against you, right? That's how sensitive they are.
minutes later, which Neo described
Thank you, Maxecular. Yeah, I totally didn't know that people could see that.
as XQC, quote, making a mockery out of the fact that he is
XQC mainly from the Meat Canyon appearance. We could watch some Meat Canyon tonight. Actually, there's a new Meat Canyon.
not reacting. He also
I
provided
don't know what to think about it.
a graph showing that there was no viewership.
Maybe I watch stuff with you, chat, so that I will see what I won't have to face it alone, right? maybe that's why I choose what I choose. I don't know.
Boost for Neo during and after XQC's broadcast. On the streaming site Kick, which XQC recently made a $100 million
I do it the right way.
deal to join, one of XQC's first streams went south after a member of Kick staff had to jump into the chat to stop him from streaming the entirety of The Dark Knight. He then found himself temporarily hidden from Kick's directory, aka shadow banned, for a second copyright violation for.
But I love the non-confrontational way that they do it. Okay, so eventually, which one was it? There was one where they actually sent a mod into his chat, and the mod was like, "You cannot do this. You cannot do this. This is not okay." Was that the Breaking Bad or was that the Dark Knight?
For streaming Breaking Bad. Now, addressing the backlash to the Kennedy video, XQC asserted in a live stream that he paused like crazy and added a lot of commentary.
Well, if I pause
to
like crazy, I can.
Very generous statements.
Bro, I paused like crazy, added a lot of commentary. Chat, the reason why I didn't commentate is that streams are
I'm trying to think. Okay, there's one video, and it's not up anymore, but I remember I reacted to Amon animation, and I remember rewatching that and just like being a little bit shocked at how little actual reacting I did, and how much just like watching it and being like, no, oh, like, right, that was the most of the reacting I did was very like there wasn't a lot of analysis over the the animations.
content. Streams in their entirety are content.
He then claimed he only rushed through because his chat was, quote, getting mad. And after going on one of his trademark rants, he added, quote,
Yes, a lot of it is just watching it, because that's what chat wants. If I commentate too much, chat gets bored.
now we'll talk about legal defenses in the future, but this is just classic, the chat got bored, so it's okay to commit copyright infringement.
No, I love streamer logic. I love streamer logic. You can justify anything with chat. Chat, I can totally just use you as a justification. Like, right, the chat wanted me to do XYZ.
I'm sure he's fine here. But on Twitter, XQC hit back at some ordinary gamers, writing, quote, I'm watching a vid I like to my people, that's it. Whatever that means. Now, XQC reacted to Neo's response with this.
Amon would be cool with it. I'm sure. I just like, I don't know. I took it down because I felt so bad about like, you know, having a video up where I really just wasn't contributing a lot.
Incomprehensible video.
Chat, did this get re-uploaded? Chat, is this video re-uploaded or not? Wait, it didn't. Wait, it didn't. So what's the problem? So, what's the problem then? People say that it's when you upload it to the same platform, and that's the problem.
Yeah, so what I think he's trying to say, and don't quote me on this, is that he told his editor or his social media guy not to republish his live stream to YouTube.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so yeah, and this is definitely, this is like another level of, well, I mean, like, it's an excuse, and it's not legally justifiable, but it is kind of how streaming platforms work, at least right now. Like he's basically saying, I will get away with it, you know, because it's not reposted to YouTube. And I think some of the stuff that he thought wasn't reposted to YouTube actually was.
Thinking that
Does he have a Clips Industrial Complex?
that somehow absolved him of copyright infringement. That's not the case. Now, what this gibbering mouther fails to understand is that
Gibbering what?
it's copyright. What this gibbering mouther fails to understand is that
Gibbering mouther? That sounds like some kind of a enemy in Mario Brothers. What's a gibbering mouther?
that it's copyright infringement whether it takes place during a live stream or during a video on demand or a re-upload. It doesn't matter whether it's live or not. It's
Live stream or, okay.
still copyright infringement. It just might be harder to actually find if there's no actual recorded video of it, if it was a live stream that just went off into
a mouth that spouts. So gibbering is like when you spout gibberish? You call it gibber? I didn't know there was a gibbering. I didn't know you could say gibbering. I didn't realize that was a thing. Okay, so you don't have to say like sputtering gibberish. You could just say gibbering. Stop gibbering. Are you gibbering? Okay.
the ether. And actually, when XQC was called out during the live stream of reacting to Neo's video for the lack of commentary, XQC just gets angry and makes some stuff up, talking about some nonsense reaction about the metal of the pillars and stuff.
Metal pipes, cement, football, goal at the back. Wait a minute, chat. Hold up. I think this is a.
Is he just pretend? Yo, this is like when your boss comes in and you're supposed to be working, but you're not, and like, you know, it looks really bad, and then all of a sudden you start like doing something. Like you just start doing something really hard and really intensely. You know what I'm saying? This is like he's like, oh look, I'm noticing things like metal pipes, football goals, a fence.
Very rare copper alloy right there, chat.
But it highlights the lack of actual commentary.
That's what he was doing. He was talking about the alloy. He was watching your video to talk about the rare copper alloy. What did you think? He was just like filling time and.
You can't just describe what you're seeing and call it commentary. That's not going to qualify. And it highlights the lack of anything of value that's being added and the lack of transformativeness of these reactions. But XQC described
Gibbering Mouthers is a D&D monster that babbles incoherently. What? Are you serious? Wait, is this like some kind of? Is this hacks? Is this hacks? Oh, it would be gibbering if it was jibber jabber. Well, I mean, like, I guess, like, I feel like I've heard of jibber jabber. Jibber jabber also sounds like a video game, like maybe like a main character. Like it's a platformer. It's like a old like Nintendo platformer from the 2000s.
Some ordinary gamers take as, quote, unfounded criticism full of personal attacks, and asked some ordinary gamers.
Okay, so when we're saying some ordinary gamer, we're talking about Mudahar. That's a real person. Don't think that like this is some kind of a euphemism for the average gamer or something like that. That's we're talking about the channel Some Ordinary Gamer. Yes.
Why this triggers him so much. Now, speaking as a lawyer,
is new NCC exclusive lore? What? Wait, does that mean that you have to pay for the DLC?
And YouTuber, the reason this triggers some people, especially content creators, is that XQC seems to be basically stealing other people's hard work under the guise of creating a reaction video, which we'll talk about whether it's a reaction or not. But besides the legality of it, there are a wide variety of attitudes.
Does it react?
Toward reaction content in the streaming community itself. Ethan Klein, a YouTuber and co-host of the H3 podcast, has emerged as a prominent voice on fair use.
Wait, what was up with that?
Reaction or not. But besides the legality of it, there are a wide variety of attitudes toward reaction content in the streaming community itself. Ethan Klein, a YouTuber and co-host of the H3 podcast.
Why am I freaked out that it's a cutout in front of a big background? Why am I like, whoa, that's the best editing I've ever seen?
Has emerged as a prominent voice on fair use and one of the fiercest critics of
you're not an ordinary gamer.
Non-reactive content creators. And on the August 7th episode of the H3 podcast, Klein and XQC debated what counts as
oh my god, they love Judas. That's the worst.
Fair use with respect to hosting content. XQC accused Klein of doing the same thing by featuring smaller creators' content on his platform.
That is a serious library, but like, I mean, I feel like it could be, or it could be a green screen. What do you think, chat? It's blurred. You wouldn't know. That could easily be a green screen. Because look at that. It's not just a library. It's not just like a single, right? Because there's libraries that have like shelves, right? But then there's like super grand libraries that have ladders that are on wheels and they slide around the library and you can ride them. And that's a cool library right there. You know what I mean? That's the library I want to work at. I want to be the library ladder technician girl. Right, that's a job, right? That's how you get to be a librarian. You got to be a technician girl first on the ladders, just like in the action
platform.
You keep saying that.
You're doing it.
Not proven.
You're doing it. You call me a thief piece of shit. when
Yeah.
you're doing it.
You haven't proven that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
However, a key difference is that H3 rarely plays a video in its entirety, and XQC asserted that his live reactions give exposure to smaller creators, which set up a furious response from Klein.
Nice try. You literally do it to enrich yourself. You're a multimillionaire and you steal content from small creators and you don't give a f about their rights or what they want. You're not creating anything big for anyone. You're just taking attention and views for yourself, and you don't give a f about the consequences of that. It's not your decision to make that for other people's property.
Now, the debate devolved into finger pointing and insults, with Klein cutting.
It is a giraffe. Yeah, the famous XQC giraffe.
But that doesn't change the reality that they still tried it.
Oh no, what
I don't
just
know, man.
happened?
Talking about, and he is the guy who's, as you've talked about, he's the guy who talked very openly about the military industrial.
No, Tulsi.
Streamers are being so lazy, it might
your
be
turn.
illegal. That's right, professional live streamer XQC.
So what's the problem? So what's the problem then? People say when
Yeah.
you're doing it.
You haven't proven that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Smaller creators' content on his platform.
You keep saying that.
You're
but
doing
it's
it.
Not proven.
You're doing it. You call me a thief piece of when
Yeah.
you're doing it.
You haven't proven that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
However, a key difference is that H3 rarely plays a video in its entirety, and XQC asserted that his live reactions give exposure to smaller creators, which set up a furious response from Klein.
Nice try.
Okay, so yeah, there's one theory that I already said was kind of, it's really a stretch, was the idea that people are losing out on a large amount of views and therefore a large amount of ad revenue from their videos being watched. Also really, really doubtful and specious is this argument. The argument that the recipient of the react is getting paid in exposure, right? That's it's weird because sometimes it happens, I guess. I get it's probably contextual. Like I believe that a streamer can give a video more prominence, but are they taking away more views than they're adding? Probably not.
You literally do it to enrich yourself. You're a multimillionaire and you steal content from small creators
That was a big part of Mudahar's video.
and you don't give a f about their rights or what they want. You're not creating.
Oh yeah. No, this was literally in the argument to YouTube to take my channel down. Like, right? This argument that it does apply to this is the rule among YouTubers, right? What Mudahar's talking about is trimming down the clip that you're watching to just the part that you need, right? And that is what a YouTuber would do. That is what a commentary channel, a reaction channel, whatever, like that's how you do it, right? Live streaming, it's a little bit different. And the fact is that most live streamers are streaming stuff that they've never seen before. Some of them are doing it on purpose, for the purpose of having a first react. And I've experienced this before where I've watched things before before stream, and like I said something funny while I was watching it. I had the whole mod team cracking up, right? And then I go on stream and I'm just like, I'm just like, no, you did your best reaction when you first reacted to it. But some things I think are the opposite. Some things, like there are a lot of things that I will not watch on stream unless I've previously watched them. But yeah, zeroing in on exactly what you want to watch rather than watching a large segment is good. But at the same time, you get criticized for not. You get criticism for not. Like if you disagree with something and you don't watch the whole thing, then they're like, you took that little bit out of context. The rest of what this person said was great. The rest of what this person said clarifies all the things that you're bringing up as if they're like real issues when they're not issues because they talked about them. And so like with some people, I feel like unless, you got a Jordan Peterson, you got to like deep dive into their entire catalog of content and to be able to debunk the claims that that you're not giving them a fair shake. So yeah, you're pretty much screwed anyway. If you react to somebody that doesn't want the criticism, you are gonna you're gonna have to deal with them, right? They too tend to get mad, and they do tend to be mad at you either way. This is known as content parasitism, and it used to be big on big taboo back in early YouTube. Oh yeah, that is definitely the YouTube that is the YouTube mentality for sure. And yeah, like I mean, you can see there were controversies about anybody who even like violated this a little bit in spirit, right? This is the problem goes beyond getting permission. Even if all these people got permission, it still rewards low effort content and makes the platform worse for everybody.
Anything big for anyone. You're just taking attention and views for yourself, and you don't give a about the consequences of that. It's not your decision to make that for other people.
Oh, Dark Viper AU.
Property.
Now, the debate devolved into finger pointing and insults, with Klein cutting off the stream, but not before XQC asserted people would rather watch him do the worm than watch Klein's podcast, and he then did so.
Thank you for the super chat.
Okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least.
Wait, is this a good exercise?
People would rather watch him do the worm than watch Klein's podcast.
Oh my god, we can't even see him because Ethan's in front of the worm.
Okay,
oh, there we go. There we go.
I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least.
It's not.
Yes, do that, bro. Do it.
And in the wake of all of this controversy,
what did he just say? He grabbed his sack and he was like,
YouTuber Meat Canyon created a parody of XQC in a video he called "The Tragedy
Charlie,
of."
As in, are we talking about Moist Critical Charlie and others smeared Dark Viper AU?
Reaction streamer in which XQC is portrayed as a Smaug-like monster.
Top left has a citation stating it was not the worm. What? Wait. Yo, there he is. This is XQC in his natural environment. This is the video you know XQC from. Yeah. I mean, I could see, watching him for comedy, but I feel like it would get old after a while. I don't know. But I'm probably not his top demographic, right? The juicers are the juicers are young. They're really young. XQC sounds like a Chinese weapons designation or a rare, oh my god, an STI.
He is portrayed as a Smaug-like monster, hoarding views, though ironically,
the giraffe.
The XQC golem in this video seems to be actually more coherent than the real thing.
Very fun.
Burn!
I liked it a lot. Make sure to leave a like, a click on the bell, and the thing. And oh shit, I'm doing the pose.
And then things got meta when XQC reacted to the video by barely reacting.
That's pretty meta.
Maybe I could find it.
And then things got really meta when Meat Canyon reacted to XQC's reaction by barely reacting.
That's too much.
Though ironically,
I feel like this is actually a real thing on Twitch. Just like the top of the hour ad break, which some people are in right now. So they're not even going to hear what I'm saying. They're not going to know. It's too late for them. But this is a real thing on Twitch. All right. This has been a real thing. Yeah, I remember at some point reacting to a video of Kevin Logan reacting to me reacting to Infrared. And this was before Infrared was banned, right? So, but yeah, it was I can remember doing reacts that are 3 or 4 levels deep. And it does get a little bit weird at times, right? Because you've got like yourself in one of the layers, and then you sometimes forget, like, if there's multiple layers of somebody, of like, oh wait, which version of Kevin Logan said this? Like, the one that hates me, or the one that says, she's got the memes and she knows how to use them. Isn't that right, Rory Katz? Rory Katz? Is that right? Is that right, Rory Katz? Does she have the memes and knows how to use them? That would be, you know, I'd have to figure out like which version of Kevin Logan I was actually dealing with at the time, depending on Kevin Logan's disposition towards me that day, whether he thought it would be funny to play with a fucking troll who was sexually harassing Keffels using my name, right? Or whether it would be more funny to laugh at my dunks on infrared, right? It depends on the day. It really depends on the time.
Meat Canyon's reaction is probably the one that's most likely to qualify as fair use, because under some circumstances, parody can.
Do we have any Rory Cats in chat?
Can be fair use.
6 out of 10. That wasn't very. That's lower than my average.
And if I was his lawyer, I'd argue the parody only works if he reacts to the whole thing without reacting. Copyright can be really weird sometimes. Of course,
could Kevin Logan copyright Rory Cats? Could I get in trouble for saying Rory Cats?
Copyright can be hard. It's why you
Rory Cats.
You need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you or a loved one has suffered from cancer, suffered an injury or death in the family, and Hila posted a video mercilessly mocking the video of himself and his wife Hila. Now, their content included sketch comedy and reaction videos that satirize internet culture, and it was one of their biting reaction videos that landed them in federal court. Because in February of 2016, Ethan and Hila posted a video mercilessly mocking the video of another fellow YouTuber, Matt Hosenseida, in which his character, the big bold guy, attempts to seduce a love interest using the power of parkour.
Strong shoulders.
He wrote that in, by the way.
I don't recommend that you watch this video. It is the most cringeworthy thing you have ever seen in your entire life. And for some reason, it still exists on YouTube. But the client's 14-minute reaction video included numerous
Wait, we probably shouldn't watch this. This is going to get me in trouble if I watch this.
Clips of the big bold guy's supremely cringe video, interspersed with their own commentary and jokes. And frankly, they played almost the entire video itself while they were.
Oh my God, this is the thing that's funny. Like, right? So, you know, this is considered living dangerously on YouTube. And on Twitch, this is a Monday. Okay? This is a day in the office. This is literally what Twitch does.
Commentating on it.
I feel so objectified.
You can have me.
Holy
of course.
And it's just that easy, baby.
And in response, Hodenseida, known online as Matt Haas, sued the pair in federal court for copyright infringement and DMCA violations. And in the original...
Doesn't Hodenseida mean like a sack, like a person's sack in German?
Complaint, Haas accused the clients of reproducing virtually all of the work as, quote, nothing more than a prop in their comedy routine. And after the clients posted a video discussing the lawsuit, Haas added a defamation claim as well. But Judge Catherine Forrest of the Southern District of New York rejected all of Haas's claims, ruling that the client's video constituted quintessential criticism and comment that clearly fell within the bounds of fair use. In her analysis, Judge Forrest highlighted that the heart of the fair use inquiry.
Chat, I think I was thinking of a different word in German.
Is the extent to which the purpose and character of the use is transformative by adding something new with further purpose or different character. Noting that commentary and criticism have a strong presumption in favor of fair use, she cites various jokes and comments
Eagle's gonna DMCA me.
Is made about the video.
He's gonna be like, you think you're on Twitch? You are not safe.
Like calling Haas the king of cringe-tube, criticizing what they found to be unrealistic dialogue between Haas and the parkour actress, and mocking the plaintiff's parkour ability.
You can't call somebody the king of cringe? Oh my God, I'm in so much trouble, chat. I've said so much shit about people.
And Judge Forrest also analyzed to what extent the client's video usurped the demand for Haas's work by serving as a market substitute. And citing the Supreme Court's ruling in Campbell versus Acuff Rose, aka the Two Live Crew case, Judge Forrest noted that lethal parody may indeed hurt demand for the original
lethal parody
work. And
that sounds like a movie.
injury may even be intentional, but that does not produce a harm cognizable under the Copyright Act. And accordingly, Judge Forrest found that the Klein's video, replete with criticism and mockery, is, quote, decidedly not a market substitute for the Haas video, holding that the Klein's video constituted fair use. Judge Forrest then dismissed the claims of
I was see, yeah, like Houghton.
copyright infringement and the DMCA violation.
But it's Houghton.
And she also tossed the defamation action, deeming the offending statements non-actionable opinions. And Ethan Klein rightfully declared this ruling a huge victory for fair use on YouTube. But in a footnote, Judge Forrest also cautioned, quote, the court is not ruling here that all reaction videos constitute fair use. She then provided help.
Yeah, and they made a prediction that someday there would be a person named nocommentchick who would not react hard enough and would talk too much about her WAP and not enough about the video, and she watched the whole video, and she's really bad. She's a bad lady. She says mean things. I'm pretty sure she has files or something. Yeah, she's...
Full guidance for why the Klein's video was fair use, but other reaction videos might not be. Quote, some reaction videos, like the Klein video, intersperse short segments of another's work with criticism and commentary, while others are more akin to a group viewing session without commentary. Now, even though this case is 70 years old now, it's a great rundown of the fair use factors, especially in the context of an actual YouTube case, which is why I cite this case in every single one of my video descriptions. And if Lemino or Neo or others decide to sue XQC for copyright infringement, I can pretty much guarantee that they'll quote from this decision to argue that XQC's videos are a group viewing session without commentary, not entitled to any fair use defense.
Wait, Catherine? Like from the game?
So let's run through this analysis for what XQC is doing and figure out whether he has a fair use defense or whether it's copyright infringement. Now, fair use is a legal doctrine that allows unlicensed use of copyrighted material in certain circumstances. As an affirmative defense to infringement, fair use seeks to balance the property interests of copyright holders with the public interest of encouraging freedom of expression and the wider distribution of creative works. And while fair use is decided on a case-by-case basis, there are certain enumerated activities that are laid out in the Copyright Act as potentially qualifying for fair use, and that includes criticism, commentary, news reporting, and research. And that is not an exhaustive list.
So if I reacted, I was like,
And in determining whether a particular use of a copyrighted work constitutes fair use, courts will consider the following 4 factors as codified in Section 107 of the Copyright Act. And no factor is determinative. You have to weigh every single one of them. The first factor is the purpose and character of the use, including whether the...
I am so familiar with this. Because whenever there's any question about any sort of copyright or fair use on my channel, this is literally what you deal with. This is literally like how an appeal works, right? You say, you claim these 4 factors for fair use. And, you know, in my case, luckily, I didn't even have to make an appeal. Like, right, YouTube heard the claim against my channel, and they said, that's not.
Use is of a commercial nature or for a non-profit educational purpose. The second is the nature of the copyrighted work. The
Judge Catherine in NYC.
The amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of...
Okay, so what the purpose is, yeah, like, is it educational? Is it news, right? These things kind of give you a wide berth. The nature of the copyrighted work, yeah, is it a movie? Is it a song? Is it a... Wait, actually, how does that work? Because, like, I kind of know what will get me in trouble and what won't get me in trouble, but I don't actually know the logic behind it completely. The only thing I can think of is it feels like it depends on how much money somebody is making off of it, right? A movie is going to be generating a lot more money than a YouTube video or like an article written in a, because like, right, reading an article from a online source, that is, you know, I mean, you're speaking it, but you're still, like, you know, using their content. Amount and substantiality of the portion. Yeah, so when it comes to news, it almost gets ridiculous to think about people copyright being held tight. Amount and substantiality of the portion used. Okay, there we go. Like how much of the content. and then the effect of the use upon the potential market. So the claim that less people will watch it on its own because the streamer watched it.
The copyrighted work. So for the first factor, courts examine how the party claiming fair use is using the copyrighted work. And while non-commercial and educational uses are more likely to be deemed fair, making money from the use of another's work doesn't automatically preclude a fair use finding. Instead, the key inquiry is to the extent the use is considered transformative. And the example that I often use is that Jurassic Park was originally a novel written by Michael Crichton.
I want to think that Jurassic Park was originally a raunchy movie. Not necessarily like a corn, not necessarily corn, but maybe like one of those movies that's like really softcore. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to think that's, and then they while they were writing it, they realized it didn't work for that, and they were like, okay, well we could try it as a major blockbuster movie instead, right? But originally, yeah, it was gonna be raunchy kind of movie.
Then eventually it was turned into a movie, Jurassic Park, created by Steven Spielberg.
It was going to be called Jurassic Pork before they changed the name, and Steven Spielberg got a hold of it, and yeah, it just kind of changed the nature of the project, right? But it was going to be called Jurassic Pork.
Now, the movie is a derivative of the novel, and while it was transformative to turn the novel into a movie, you better believe that Steven Spielberg got permission and was able to license the IP to turn the novel into a movie. If Steven Spielberg had not gotten permission, that would have been copyright infringement. And that's why...
I don't know, they really did. I think that what Legal Eagle's not thinking of here is that they really did change the story quite a bit, you know? It wasn't it wasn't an adventure story of science gone too far when it was written. It was originally, just a hot and steamy love affair on an island with dinosaurs.
Fair use can be tricky because for it to qualify as fair use, it has to be transformative. It has to create something new, but it also has to be for the purpose and character of one of the fair use
Did I see the debate with Charlie Kirk? Not yet.
Categories that the law recognizes as available to use.
Wasn't that from like a year or more ago? Wasn't that like a long time ago?
For fair use, whether it's education or whether it's commentary, criticism, or parody, the purpose has to be there, as well as it being transformative. Being transformative alone is not enough, and in fact, that can make it copyright infringement. Now, whether something is transformative is a pretty complicated...
See, like, I just wonder, right? Because I think I had an idea of doing a video on PragerU Kids, but I thought it'd be really funny if I could sort of, like, make the little, like, animations, like, like make a cheap version of their animations. And I was, like, thinking, like, what if I took like different elements of the face and then like remove the background except for just the eye, remove the background except for, right? So you've got like moving like shapes that are from the original PragerU Kids like image, but instead they're all like goofy and like googly eyed and stuff, right? I just thought that would be, and then I thought of the fact that like, okay, well, I mean, you're literally talking about like using their art, right? You're taking elements of their art and you're remixing them, but is that... Are you safe? Are you okay? Do you need to call Legal Eagle? Do you need to call Saul? Do you need to check with some sort of legal expert, or maybe just like not do it at all because it's, risky. It's more risky than it is cool.
It
sounds like a lot of work, right?
I could make an entire...
It was like a year ago?
...video just on whether something is transformative. But here's what the Supreme Court said in the Two Live Crew case. Quote, the central purpose of the purpose and character of use inquiry...
I want to think that the Supreme Court, like, that they rendered their decision in legal language, but then at the end of it, they said that the Two Live Crew version of the song, like, bumped better. Like, it was, you know what I mean? It was like it was a better song. So,
is to see whether the new work merely supersedes the objects of the original creation or instead adds something new with a further purpose or different character, altering the first with new...
They had listened to both and they were...
expression, meaning, or message. And in that case, the Supreme Court held that the rap group Two Live Crew's commercial parody of Roy Orbison's song Oh Pretty Woman was non-infringing fair use.
Big hairy woman,
Really? Anti-hair.
The court also found that the
I'm sure it didn't sell much, many albums in France. Right? Because it wouldn't sell very many albums in France. They wouldn't want to buy it. Okay.
The more transformative of the new work, the less significant the other three factors are. And as a result, the first prong has historically been the most decisive in fair use determinations. And generally speaking, you're supposed to take the minimum amount necessary to create the transformative work that you're creating. Now, parody is a little bit different. There, in an exception, you sort of need to take at least enough for people to get the joke.
Well, wait, how does Korn even, like, right? Because, like, I feel like I've never seen, like, Korn movies. I've only seen, like, Korn clips. I've never, like, right? Because, like, they make, like, whole movies, right? Well, I mean, they're not like movies. It's not like you're gonna, like, it's not gonna have a great plot, right? But it would, you know, a feature length, right? Is that, wait, actually, how does that work? Because I feel like it kind of makes more sense for, you know, like, you know, how there's, like, albums, and then, you know, people started downloading, and it became more about, like, the songs, these single songs.
You have to be able to conjure up the thoughts of the original for the parody to work.
I don't watch it for the plot. I mean, if the plot is good.
But generally speaking, for fair use,
I want some good plots, right? Like science fiction ones with good plots where, oh my God, that'd be so cool. They should do, yeah. I mean, I guess there's a lot of science fiction. Wait, is there? Why have I never seen, oh God, because if I look for science fiction porn, it's going to be like, it's going to be more than I bargained for. You know what I mean? It's going to be more intense. It's going to be more Xeno than I was thinking.
Supposed to take the absolute minimum necessary. Now, there's a little bit of gray area in terms of what is minimum and what's not, but still, generally speaking, you're not going to be able to take the entire...
Oh, wait, I feel like I've seen a video about, there was like a Super Mario one. There was seriously a Super Mario, like, Korn parody. And it looked really goofy. It looked, I mean, like, really, like, I mean, not goofy, I should say. It looked Mario and Luigi, and and actually, yeah, like, it was... How do you make Super Mario Brothers into an erotic film? That's what I don't get. That's what I don't get, but apparently it happened. Chewbacca's costume was awful. Wait, in a parody? I've seen Star Wars. I feel like it's a feature length. There are high budget ones. Wait, high budget parody. So it really does feel like a movie rather than just like
of a work and simply play it in the background. And this is the heart of the criticism against XQC, namely that his reaction videos are insufficiently trained.
We should watch the Meat Canyon after this one. I need to laugh. I find it necessary to laugh tonight.
Transformative to constitute fair use. Now, the second factor is the nature of the copyrighted work, which analyzes the degree to which the work that was used relates to the copyright purpose of encouraging creative expression. In short, the use of copyrighted material from a work of fiction weighs in favor of finding infringement, while taking from a factual work, likely a news item, is more likely to be deemed fair use. But frankly, the courts don't put very much import.
Wait, so if I made stuff up, nobody could do like hate streams on me? Is that how that works? Like if I'm talking about actual things that are happening on Twitch politics, right? It's like news, it's like fair use, right? But if I start to make stuff, like make up stories and storylines and, you know, like heels and faces and like, you know, do like pantomime gestures of battle, and that would be, I'd be like, yeah, because if anybody like reacts to like nocommentchick's doing some strange stuff here, it'd be like, hey, you're stealing my fictional world. This is like my IP. Get back off. Back off.
for this particular factor.
Can you imagine like writing a fictional version of Twitch politics? Because like the thing about it is, the shit that happens on Twitch is sometimes the kind of shit that is hard to believe actually happens. Like stuff that I've experienced is hard to believe, that, it happened. So I kind of feel like if there was a show based on, or if there was like a fictional version of like Twitch drama, it would have to be that much more like off. It would have to be 50 Shades of Grey was a Twilight fanfic? Really? Oh wait, a lot of things were fanfics. Wait, this is true. I don't know if that one's true, right? But I do know that a lot of things that exist started out as fanfic. And they ended up selling to, and they just adapt. They're like, okay, so instead of this being like the love child of somebody from Supernatural and somebody from Doctor Who, this is actually, and they'll like bring in a celeb, like a A-lister, like a star.
The work has never been published before. But the third prong considers the quantity and quality of the copyrighted work that was used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. So in other words, fair use is less likely to be found when large portions of a copyrighted work are used.
Super Hornio, I think that's the one. I think I saw a YouTube video talking about Super Hornio Brothers.
It
was some kind of Super Mario one.
Taking the heart of the copyrighted work.
Yeah, at least, I mean, I guess there's plenty of Sonic too.
Itself. So in other words, fair use is much less likely to be found when large portions of a copyrighted
so much Sonic
work are used, and you're much more likely to be able to mount a fair use defense when you only use small portions. But in some contexts, even taking a small amount of a copyrighted material can render a use unfair if the selection constitutes a substantial part of the work or the heart of the work itself. So for example, in a case called Harper and Row versus Nation Enterprises, the Supreme Court held that a news article's quotation of fewer than 400 words from President Gerald Ford's 200,000 word memoir constituted the heart of the work, and the use was ultimately found to be infringing. And the reason there is because the magazine published the part of Ford's memoir that related to pardoning Richard Nixon, which apparently was the only reason you would ever read Gerald Ford's memoir. So this would be another strike against.
I've never even seen him talk to a woman. Yeah, he's like
he might be like an incel
of the Sonic universe.
He might want to destroy the.
Oh, it was gonna be slick.
Because he's talking about fucking Donkey! Video game Donkey! And
this game anymore.
Fuck you! I'd love to be in this game!
This is the level where we team up with Hank.
Stop laughing at Sonic!
Yeah, was that so hard? Apparently so.
XQC, because XQC and
at Sonic.
These other live streamers are just republishing the entirety of the other YouTube videos and then reacting to it. Now, as we saw in the Klein case, just because you republish virtually all of a video doesn't necessarily mean that you can't mount a fair use defense, but it makes it really, really hard. And the more that you cite, the more you're going to have to add commentary or some new transformative meaning to.
Okay, so what I get from this is that he's trying to say that the ironclad defense to the extent that it exists is everything that you show you react to. That is how I like to do a video, right? When I've edited stuff before, I have definitely shot for that what you have is a back and forth between me and the video, and it takes a long time too. Like, right, if I were to put out the segment of my reaction to Legal Eagle tonight or tomorrow, right? If I were to put that out as a video, I could just make a highlight of it and I could upload that highlight to YouTube. It would take me, I don't know, would take me like 15 minutes, like, right? And label all the YouTube stuff. Yeah, probably 15 minutes, right? Compare that to, what he's talking about here, which would be like taking one of my streams and taking, I don't know, like 3 days to a week with it, right? To really hone it down to be that back and forth for maximum impact, which, I enjoy videos like that. Videos like that are better suited for YouTube in general, right? The stuff that we do as streamers, handy, like it makes it so that it makes it more difficult to upload it as content on YouTube because it's just not focused in the way that YouTube content is. So, I mean, this is, a YouTuber, looking at the Twitch world, saying that you are maybe not on as firm legal grounds as you think you are. And, just giving us his perspective as a YouTuber of how a reaction should be done.
Your secondary video. And then the fourth and final factor focuses on whether and to what extent the unlicensed use saps the demand for the protected work by serving as a market substitute. In other words, in assessing this factor, courts consider whether the use is hurting the current market for the original work, for example, by displacing sales of the original or preventing people from watching the original video, and or whether the use could cause substantial harm if it were to become widespread. And I think this is yet another strike against XQC because when you republish virtually the entire portion of another person's video, and then you're not commenting on it with new meaning and commentary, why would anyone then watch the original video? They've already seen the video on your...
I mean, maybe because you put yourself in the corner and there was something really cool. Maybe the man on the grassy knoll was actually in the corner and you're sitting right there covering them up, right? You can't see that.
Live stream. Now, as someone who has
Maybe it was actually Hillary Clinton, right? It wasn't a man on the grassy knoll. It was Hillary Clinton on the grassy knoll. How did she get back there? Must have been time travel, clearly.
Dozens of reaction videos for this channel, and as a lawyer who has a vested interest in not getting sued for copyright infringement, I have a lot of experience on how these reaction videos are supposed to work. Or at least that's how Gamerant feels about my channel. But to give another example, when I reacted to the movie...
Speaking of Hillary Clinton, did you know that Republicans are trying to bring I was about to say Gamergate, but I actually mean the pizza one. The pizza one, the one that like this discussion of is probably like shadow banned, right? Because it was just such a nightmare of, dangerous defamatory conspiracy theories against like every, like what, Tom Hanks? I shouldn't even name the targets of this, right? But they, like what would later become QAnon, first speculated on a wild theory that the emails sent by some Clinton staffers were secret code referring to children as pizza. And they were literally, this is literally like an office ordering pizza, right? Like an office with a lot of people that like, oh no, I got hit by the ad break again and I didn't even mention it. Thank you, Danny Boy did great. Thank you for the well wishes on the affiliate anniversary that I didn't even know was happening. I didn't even know that it said that it was happening, but it's happening. Everybody knows is the affiliate anniversary for One No Comment Check. AKA the file lady. Yes, that's my claim to fame. I've got files on everyone. If you listen to certain people, I think the kind of people who wish that somebody had files on them, but no, it's like
my cousin,
like Hassan and stuff. I
didn't post the entire movie, and I didn't just show myself watching it, however fun that might have been. Instead, I took clips and punctuated them with my actual legal commentary.
I mean, you're so much of a better content creator than I am, Legal Eagle. I feel bad. I feel like this feels like I'm being shamed by my dad or something. You're not my dad. I realize that you're not my dad, Legal Eagle. And parasocially, that's not exactly the spot that I put. You're more like a teacher parasocially than a dad, but I still feel the judgment and I don't appreciate it.
You see, the traditional way of making reaction videos is to actually...
The emails were hacked by Assange.
...react to the videos.
Full disclosure, you dickhead.
Hey, I just said that. Now, creators who stream for long periods of time assert that...
I feel like we're getting a little, like, it's not Uncanny Valley, but it's something. Lord Virtue says, I'll be your daddy, Kappa. Oh, thank you for the 44 months. Wow. That is amazing. That is truly, truly amazing.
that, of course, there will be dead air while they eat or go to the bathroom. But the problem with that argument is that,
well, you hope, unless I leave the microphone on, you get to hear me crunch, crunch, crunch away.
by the nature
Chad,
of live streaming,
that? Do you want me to go and make some tostadas right now and crunch away and like let you see what a gross?
you can't take the minimal amount necessary as required
Get like guacamole on my nose, right?
The fair use factor. And instead, you're playing the whole thing in real time, and you're not making...
Shit, we're playing like almost the whole thing in real time. Not in real time. Oh wait, that's the other thing. That's the other thing that I've almost gotten in trouble or like had people kind of like threaten like legal action about is the concept of stream sniping. Now stream sniping, the initial version is like when an IRL streamer sees another IRL streamer and wait, is that what? No, it's actually goes back to like video games, right? You see a streamer in a multiplayer game and you, the chatter, goes in and finds what server they're on and you like, you know, shoot them or something, or you like, you know, you mess with them in game, right? That's what stream sniping originally was. It means something a little different in just chatting, right? It's basically the way that Chud Logic, remember, I don't know if anybody was in here when Chud Logic was talking to me in my YouTube chat, right? But he was actually watching my stream because we were talking about him. We were talking about him and his strange obsession with Olimey, like why he is constantly got pictures of Olimey on his thumbnails, right? What this like obsession with Olimey was really about, and we triggered the we triggered the edgelord that day.
Any discretionary choice as to what
nose guac
is actually republished. And yeah, biology might dictate that you might need to take a bathroom break, but that's not a defense to copyright infringement. That's a live streamer problem.
But yeah, like so that's a version, like, so right. I'm not saying that to say that like, oh, Chud Logic, you're in trouble. You stream sniped me and I'm coming for you. No, I don't care if Chud can, you know, whatever, right? I don't care, right? But some people do care. And one of those people was Dylan Burns, right? In a situation where I was actually watching I think it was a debate on his channel, not in real time, but like on an hour delay. So not competing with his stream because, you know, his stream was like an hour later, but you know, doing what almost like a ton of people do when there's a debate is they will watch the debate while it goes on. And, you know, could it take views away from the debate? Theoretically, if you're watching at the same time. And that's why I wasn't watching at the same time. That's why I was on a time delay. So some trolls went into Dylan's chat and told him that I was simulcasting. Like they gave him the idea that I was broadcasting exactly what he was showing while he was doing it, and doing it out of spite, you know, just like spitefully, I don't know, right? There were trolls going back and forth, and then they would tell me that Dylan was gonna sue me, and like I'd be like, all right, well, if you're gonna do that, then how about every stream you've ever done on me? How about if that's like you know, fair game now? And it just kept on going back and forth. And I feel like the only people who really won in that situation were the trolls. It was literally drama bait. It was literally the drama frogs of Twitch causing a controversy where there really was. I mean, obviously I don't like Dylan and Dylan doesn't like me, but there was no real reason for that to be the cause of a controversy, except the fact that somebody wanted to make it happen.
Not a content creator problem.
I have to do the
Yo, what? Oh, it's egg spoiling? Oh no, what? What is this? What are we watching? Why are there eggs spoiling? Oh my god, I need to pay more attention, chat. See, this will get you in trouble when you're not talking about what's on stream.
So yes, leaving to take a break will almost certainly violate copyright due to the lack of commentary, but arguably so does just watching it in real time if there's no commentary being made. And this highlights why it might actually be impossible for any live streamer to have a live stream reaction where they're just...
Well, I don't know, like Demon Mama literally did a video on me about this, right? So apparently some people took it seriously.
Simply playing the entire video and reacting. because there's been no forethought about what's the minimum necessary to make.
That was when Demon Mama flipped me off. Whoa, I almost forgot. Yes. So if you've ever seen the picture of Demon Mama with her middle finger raised in salute, that is a middle finger to me, right? That is a video, that is a thumbnail that one of her clip channels put up of Demon Mama in the midst of a rage session against yours truly.
The point of the commentary or the point of the criticism. They're just playing the entire thing and interjecting some little bits of commentary or criticism.
It's like a bean.
And courts don't look fondly when you use the entirety of the work. So yes, you could add some original commentary to your reaction, but if it completely displaces the market for the original, it's probably not fair use. And it's pretty obvious that once you see a video during a live stream,
I feel like he's just implying that I should get off his video before he's done with it completely, so I can say, I didn't watch the whole video, and that instead we can watch Pearl. Yo, Jay Aubrey. Okay, anybody else, like, feel like the thumbnail is malicious? Like, obviously, the Just Pearly Things is a disgusting person. But damn. There's a lot of not great pictures out there. And they found this one. This is... Pearl is so painful. I'm in pain already. Okay, let's get into this. That face is haunting. Yeah.
Right, Pearl, you've been called the female Andrew Tate. How do you plead?
Well, I take it as a compliment.
It's a compliment.
People think I'm insane because I don't think women should vote. I had this realization. The men are smarter and better at everything. Women have been told what we want to hear our whole lives. From a historical perspective, women are pretty bad.
The Unpickable. Wait, how did you get sponsored by that stuff?
90% of women have been on birth control.
I want to get sponsored by THC. Say by day.
So, I understand.
Women pretty bad. 5 out of 10. Wait, you've already watched this? Somebody in chat has already seen this? I didn't get to this soon enough? How? 3 days? Oh god, yeah. I'm kind of late. Am I late? Do I feel like I'm late? I'm streaming late. But yeah, this is something I should have covered earlier. You suck at most stuff.
On Google, you get the definition of a small, glistening sphere formed within the crystalline shell of an oyster,
That's what we're
highly
talking about,
regarded
yes.
for its beauty and rarity as a jewel. But if you search Pearl on YouTube, you get this.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel.
If I literally just put in Pearl, that's the first thing.
Today, I want to talk about why women are dumb, how women lie. Realize that the only way we can be great at things is under the authority of a man.
Just Pearly Things
You watch all the same things as I do.
is a
Oh my God.
26-year-old YouTuber,
That means I need to
TikToker,
get
and
this
social
sooner.
commentator with a knack for anti-Semitism who isn't afraid to give her opinion on the appearances of teenage girls, all in an effort to promote the red pill, a community I pray will one day fade into deep
Like, what Omega is that? The red pill?
obscurity.
My husband's texting me. He wanted me to tell you that we will have our daughter ready for
It's not Omega 3 or Omega 6. That's like...
you as a virgin.
These influencers, alongside Pearl, can be recently seen advocating against the 19th Amendment,
I don't think women should know. Huh? I don't think women should know. Lord Jesus, keep on going.
making bold
It's so hard to take her seriously. Like, so many of the things she says, it really does feel like she's, like, gotta psych herself up to be like, okay, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna say, I don't think women should vote. And she can't hold it together for the entire thing, right? She can't, she's cracking up. She's like,
claims about what women really want,
I swear to God, this show has made me believe I think women like to be cheated on.
and pushing to criminalize a person's legal option to get divorced.
Oh, actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that
ban divorce
should be banned. Yes.
Okay, well, that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
thank you, Kai Piotr.
No.
Something you'll hear these people often espouse is that women are expected to adhere to a
Pearl is right about something?
very strict set of arbitrary guidelines in order to be considered desirable or high value. This is a notion Pearl subscribes to as well. Only the difference between Pearl and her contemporaries is that
Has she ever told anyone to hydrate? Maybe she's right about that. Does she say hydrate?
But noticed is a woman, a token of femininity floating across a vast sea of testosterone, yearning desperately for a crumb of credibility, even if it means existing only to attack and demean her own group. Which is a long way of saying Pearl isn't like the other girls, because she's worse.
Here's the deal though, like, yeah, this happens in like every group, right? There's somebody that makes it their social media job to attack like your own, right? And it feels like most of the time people who do this get away with it, right? It's only after somebody becomes as like notorious and, you know, really just like not, I feel like part of Pearl getting targeted like as a object of ridicule to the extent that she has, it comes from, you know, a lack of self-awareness and almost like the fact that it seems like her heart's not in it, right? She's just saying the spicy thing. And I don't know, when it stacks up enough, she just looks ridiculous.
Let's just be honest. We're basically like big kids, right? That can just be propagated and like you can push us to do things.
Like Big Liquid. Oh my God, am I sponsored by Big Liquid? Oh my God, am I frozen? Wait, what's going on? Oh God. Wait, what? What just happened? I think is that censored or something? I got censored. Did you see that, chat? Did you see me freeze? Anyway, feels like she isn't 100% about everything. Yeah, that's what I feel too. That seems like Pearl doesn't believe the crap she spouts. She's a single working woman that is likely a tomboy that tries to dress feminine. That sounds like me. Tomboy that likes to dress feminine. I don't know.
Feeding into the...
Wait, no, maybe I'm more of like just like a constantly in athletic clothes.
Delusions and biases of the most annoying people on the planet. Pearl gets to go viral on Twitter, book primetime television interviews, sell painfully uncreative merch, and
women shouldn't vote.
Do some
that's like wait, what was the God? That's like if I was there. That's like if there was a gay. Can you imagine if there was like, oh my God, like a gay Westboro Baptist church person that was like, God hates me. It was like, that was their sign. It's like, it's hard to watch, is what I'm saying.
The laziest, most unedited content I've
on the left
seen in my life.
Maybe
yeah,
you guys.
literally I am on the left of your screen. True. What's going on?
I can't find it.
Maybe
Are you saying there's a lot of dead air? Is that what he's saying?
She genuinely sees her work as an act of good. Or maybe it's possible that Pearl is only doing all of this to feel a sense of pride and acceptance that she herself has never received. Because believe it or not, Pearl wasn't always like this. Before all the hate and desperation that plagues her image
on the political compass, like a JREG political compass.
Today, Pearl's life actually seemed far less polarizing just a couple years ago.
Hey guys, today I am here with my sister Eva, and she is going to give a chicken coop tour.
This is her old content.
I don't need no validation. I don't need no validation.
Okay, you don't need no validation.
Except from TikTok. Ah! A lot of you guys have been asking questions. So I kind of ended up being like,
she's got vampire teeth. Definitely more liberal.
Like a full-time TikTok, like YouTuber by accident.
I can't actually...
Wait, are those vampire teeth or are they braces? I can't tell.
show you any of Pearl.
Is it just like a rubber bands or something? Wait, what am I looking at? What am I looking at?
Pearl's original TikTok.
Simplex, tell me, what am I looking at?
Because her first account was banned, along with her second account, her third account, her fourth, fifth. Yeah, you get it. Pearl gets banned a lot.
2 gets banned.
Years of work, 930,000 followers, and I have been officially
I definitely get reported, but I don't get banned.
banned. I got banned off of TikTok. I got banned.
It's really easy though. Honestly, like it feels like if anybody complains about any of your videos, they'll either take the video down and give you a strike, or they'll ban you. And if you repeal it and you weren't doing anything wrong, you'll be fine. But yeah, there's a lot of bans. There's a lot of bans.
They banned account number 3, but you can't get rid of me, baby. Yeah. You can't get rid of me,
What
baby.
if they banned her for cringe though?
Account number 4.
It's cringe. Sure, yeah, censoring cringe.
I still got banned.
No one should save Pearl from her own cringe. That's right.
Free just Pearly things. Give me my account back.
In fact, Pearl is now on her 8th TikTok attempt.
Oh no.
At least at the time of me recording this. Maybe when this vid finally comes out, she'll be on her 9th. I mean, God knows it wouldn't be surprising. But as sad as I am to be missing out on what I'm sure is some valuable content.
So I said, you're a whale. You're a whale. You're a whale. You could say maybe the whale was too far, but she was a bigger woman.
We can still get a good idea of what
Okay.
Pearl was like in 2020 by turning over to her YouTube channel, where she's attained close to 2 million subscribers and over 900 million total views just over the past 2 years. Of course, most of those views aren't totally meaningful considering they're from YouTube Shorts, which rarely translate over to active subscribers or substantial ad revenue, but we'll discuss all that in a bit. It's true that Pearl—
They do build somebody's profile though. As far as more people, like most people in chat, right? You know who Pearl is. And that's in no small part due to the shorts.
owes much of her notoriety
Because I don't think that people really watch like her long. I don't think her long videos are really watchable.
To the likes of Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit, who she has collaborated with on a number of occasions during her tenure.
What I wonder is like when you go to Fresh and Fit. So if you go on Tim Pool, you get sushi, right? I'm really looking forward to going on Tim Pool to debate Tim Pool, so I get to eat sushi afterwards, because that's as long as they've got vegan sushi, we're good. But I wonder what they give you on Fresh and Fit. I feel like maybe they might give you like a protein shake.
In the Red Pill community.
You're getting something like healthy on Fresh and Fit, right?
Podcasting alongside inebriated sex workers, sex traffickers, and Nazis.
Welcome, Nick Fuentes.
But when we look—
oh my god.
Look back on some of her earliest uploads.
There's a skate park. Oh yeah, I'd get to skate with him.
You can see Pearl was actually once pretty—
what's the product? Are we the product?
Far removed from the—
she's a marketing scheme.
Characters who
no, we're like the advertisement.
Make up the manosphere. In fact, I doubt she even knew who—
like she triggers us, or says she triggers us, and then she goes back for more of the easiest money in the world to get, right? You know how they said there's a sucker born every minute? This is like a small zone where there's a sucker born every second. And they're like reborn. They get scammed by Trump. They get scammed by Tate. They get scammed by Pearl, and they just come back for more. No, let me give more of my money to this conservative grift train. Let me not learn my lesson about this. Let me join Mug Club and support Steven Crowder in his quest to fight the system that is totally shadow banning him. It's not like his views are dying on Rumble. It's not like people aren't interested in what he has to say anymore. No, I'm sure that's just the Matrix. The Matrix.
Any of them were back when she was making things like My First Vlog, A Trip to Florida, Chicken Coop Tour.
You have some vegan sushi with mushrooms. That could be really good. I think I like sliced portobello mushrooms in like a sushi roll, and so that you cut it and then it's all
wrong spelling. And
oh no, the wrong kind of coop.
Mansion house tour, 10 bedrooms.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you the front of the house.
See, Pearl herself comes from a very wealthy, sheltered background.
That is Wow.
Chicago, with both of her parents, Dan and Jennifer Davis, being quite accomplished software engineers in their own right. Jennifer being listed as the former CEO of Davisware, a multi-million-dollar company the couple founded together. She's now the CEO of another organization she founded, Be Exponential, which is described as an online community seeking to provide tangible and realistic advice to women and mothers specifically navigating parenthood or life as a whole. Their website also mentions that Be Exponential was built by women for women, which is an interesting footnote considering the kinds of things Pearl has been known to advocate for as of recent. For instance, Pearl believes men solely built society by themselves. Therefore, it must be impossible for women to be oppressed because the men have already solved everything.
Men built the men built the world for women to just shit on them.
Right.
In the world that they built a society that's safe. There's no wars. We have the police to protect us. When they talk about women being oppressed.
Damn. Chad, I never think about that. We got the police to protect us.
It's wrong. It's not correct.
She doesn't actually believe men and women are equal. She's very open about this.
I think there's something evil about telling women we're equal to men because it demasculates the men and it harms the women.
We can't demasculate the men. Maybe that's why they're so depressed. Maybe that's why they're so lonely and not okay, and they're measuring their skull shapes and saying that they're never going to be an alpha Chad and trying to be a sigma instead. And giving more money to more right-wing grifters. Oh my god.
Because it takes away the one thing we need, which is guidance.
The more I think, the more I'm like, gosh, the natural world order has to be.
The police are a bit dodgy? Yeah, I would say so.
Men.
I would say so.
Women, children.
Oh, that's how it should be.
Maybe government. I haven't decided. I have to think more about that one.
The men have separate branches of the different legislative bodies, like one that the children vote on, one that the men vote on, and one that the women vote on, and then just the men get to overrule everybody. Everybody votes, but it only matters what the men vote for in their bracket. Well, we
reproduce with must be superior because they create everything important. It doesn't seem like we really do much if we don't follow the natural order of the world.
Follow that natural order.
And we're left to our own devices. So maybe I'm just a sexist. Are my eyebrows good, guys?
So there's no reason for them to have equal roles in society.
I mean, her lighting's the problem, not her eyebrows.
I guess. In fact, Pearl believes women tend to do more damage by being in the workforce.
Pearl on Pierce.
Whenever we take over an industry, we just ruin it. It's so sad. We'll base everything off our feelings.
What? We ruin industries? Are we like the millennials?
And add an HR department.
We added the HR oh, I thought men built the world. Men didn't build the HR department. I see.
Take away the competitiveness of industries in the last 100 years.
They had the competitiveness, but then they became non-competitive because there was too many women. There's too many women in the industry, education, right? And that's why education is not competitive at all. Education is not competitive. There's no necessity to publish or perish. It's
years women have really taken over education. And you know what happened?
There we go. I called it.
When we took over education, everyone got dumber. Now they have a teacher and a teacher's aide. 2 women cannot teach the way 1 man used to teach.
What? It's because they don't use belts, right? The man would use the belt, and neither the teacher nor the teacher's aide is getting a belt out.
That's how bad it is. That's why
physically, corporally punish the students.
I don't think therapy works when they're women. Women are just going to comfort you. They're going to tell you what you want to hear, where men will tell you how to fix it. But the problem is, women, we never want to fix it. Actually fix it.
Yeah, maybe, ban
millennial woman. I am the destroyer of industries. Yes.
Women from the police force.
If women's jobs disappeared tomorrow, society would probably be fine. But if men's jobs disappeared tomorrow, it would be rough out there.
Yet here is her own mom, essentially proving her wrong, having built up a number of successful organizations, written a best-selling book, and still managed to look after and provide for 10 children all at once. Though Pearl has also attempted to weirdly diminish her mother's accomplishments and role in the company, insisting she was never the CEO, despite Jennifer's website claiming the opposite.
What?
She may have also accidentally admitted to her parents committing fraud, but that's besides the point.
Wasn't your mom the president? Was
She's dry snitching on her parents?
she the leader of the company?
What was you're researching my family now, huh? They might have titled it one thing or another. They did that to get some grant from the government or something. I don't remember. But
so, is that a crime?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that on air.
The main takeaway here is that Pearl got to experience a lavish childhood as a result of her parents
I don't think she was dry snitching on purpose. I think she just stumbled into it.
both having high-paying jobs. In fact, one of the times Pearl first blew up was thanks to a TikTok she made about a giant water slide her dad bought her and her siblings.
Okay, so this is what's unfair about TikTok, right?
People just live a completely different life than the
Although,
rest
to be
of us.
fair,
I know,
not-
she thinks a Lamborghini
I thought it was going to be a better water slide than it actually was.
costs 50 grand. But this was Pearl's first taste of online stardom. A glimpse into a life where she didn't have to work a corporate job with Konica Minolta selling printers, a position she absolutely hated.
And it was literally like the worst sales job of my life. Like, I
She just talks.
hated it. I hated it so much.
But if she had never sold printers, we never would have gotten these wonderful song parodies she posted to LinkedIn.
We just took a DNA test, turns out we're 100% the best, even when we're going crazy, cause we do see problems, that's a human in us. Bling bling, then we solve them, that's a salesman in us.
I'm starting to see why she hated working there.
You should call me on my work phone all day when you need a printer. Call me on my work phone all day when you need a printer. And I know when that work phone rings.
Yeah, you know, COVID was a weird time for all of us. I'll just say that.
My name is Pearl from Konica. I'll help you save till I can't no more. We got the printers in the back.
It's still.
I mean, look, I make theme songs for stuff too, and they're also cringe. But at least I make up my own melodies and make up my own songs. Like they're not all like parodies.
Still better than her recent music.
Feminism is the worst thing
Oh
ever.
wait, if you were so not her singing. How about her rapping?
We get our money, yeah, we get our job, yeah, we dumped our high school heartthrob, but then we end up alone on antidepressants, all alone.
Vivek Ramaswamy, Pearl is coming for you.
Pearl spent much of her pre-internet days playing sports, boasting about how she was a 3-sport athlete in college. In fact, her original plan was to join a program that would allow her to move to Europe and play basketball while completing a master's degree, until the program fell through.
It would have been such a different...
leaving her more time to post on TikTok. This is how she accidentally became a full-time influencer.
Then the season gets canceled again. So I'm just like kind of left.
Wait, those are clear. It's like braces, right?
Left like with no job, no real plan, and just like I don't even know what I'm gonna do next. But I'm gonna take you guys with me. You'll see what happens.
Something that
I seriously, when I first saw her kind of like quasi open her mouth, I thought that there was like sharp. I thought she was wearing like a Dracula teeth.
Immediately stood out to me when I was first watching these older videos is how differently Pearl carries herself here compared to now. Trading in her Lakers hoodies and sweatpants for more of a trad wife look.
Yo, wait, that is literally the trad wife look. But wow. I mean, look, she used to wear what I wear. She used to wear what I wear, and just like me, she would forget to call out the top of the hour ad break when it happens, so that people would get sucked out of the chat without even knowing that they can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub, or get out of it for 25% off during the month of September. They wouldn't even know that if they're lucky enough, they might get a gift sub, but they're more likely to get a gift sub if they are active in chat.
Look that these red pill guys go for, maybe? These are all just my own observations, of course, but
yeah, rubber bands.
I can't help but think I'm watching two different
My friends had I had friends that had rubber bands.
People here.
It's been a while.
I live on TikTok because I was really blessed because my parents just have like really cool stuff. My dad's like nuts, so he bought this like big water slide from a water park, and I just told the story of how the town didn't want him to put him up. I think the women are dumber than the men.
I mean, it's kind of like you saw that water slide, right?
Because I think our emotions just get in the way. We're too emotional. We see a problem, we get emotional about it, where the men can just think.
Maybe she's just not as passionate about the stuff she talks about today.
I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Oh, it was like your mouth being forced shut. What did I just do? Oh my god, we just fast forwarded
Hello,
into Pauline
one and
cheating
all. It
on
is
her-
I.
Just kidding.
Right, Pearl, you'd be called the female Andrew Tate. How do you plead?
Oh my god.
Well, I take it as a compliment.
People think I'm insane because I don't think women should vote.
Okay, are you okay? And no, she defended it all. So I was like, okay, all right.
Challenging Kevin's beliefs, but she more so just kind of says a bunch of words for 5 has yet to be in an actual long-term relationship. Though there was the time she briefly
The more I listen to the content, I'm really
spent much of her pre-internet days playing sports. But
My parents just have like really cool stuff.
Yeah, playing sports, wearing like athletic clothing. That literally sounds like me.
My dad's like nuts, so he bought this like big water slide from a
it
water
might
park.
be for TMJ. Oh my god, TMJ is so painful.
And I just told the story.
Would I do the tradwife look? I feel like I did have like, well, no, it was like more of a summer dress. It didn't look like the tradwife thing, but it was floral. It was floral in nature, and it looked really good. Oh my god.
Of how the town didn't want him to put him up.
Why do I not have that dress anymore?
I think the women are dumber than the men. Because I think our emotions just get in the way. We're too emotional. We see a problem, we get emotional about it, where the men can just think.
maybe she's just not as passionate about the stuff she talks about today.
I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, that's fair to say.
Oh wait, no, it wasn't even that one, Sarah. It was like this one that I had before, and it was so perfect because like I love stuff that's just barely off the shoulders. Like that's my favorite. And no, this one was like, I'm trying to remember. It was just like the perfect cut. I don't know. It was. But again, so
Right.
what am I? Oh,
So when you say you talk to
I just did an XQC. I did a nonsensical utterance because I thought I had pressed forward again, and I thought we were getting the Ethan video.
feminists, you just mean like random women off the street.
My shoulders need to be tree. That tree?
Not like a scholar.
They need to be tree?
That say they're feminists.
I mean, after all, this really isn't her forte. Unlike Andrew Tate, Pearl hasn't quite dedicated decades of her life to misogyny just yet. She only picked it up recently.
When I first started watching Red Pill content, I didn't always like it, guys. They're saying girls are whores, we're fat, and we bring basically nothing to the table nowadays. But the more I listened to the content and really thought about my experience in the world, I couldn't really say that they were wrong.
According to one article I found from 2020, Pearl was first gaining traction on TikTok after just several months of creating her account. Her initial claim to fame being her breakup quiz series, in which she wrote a bunch of questions that viewers could then send to their ex-partners to fill out for Pearl to post.
That's content. That's actually. Wait, maybe she wasn't the first. Was this like a thing? Was this like a trend?
Publicly. And it was pretty successful too, posting the best answers from a pool of nearly 9,000 submissions. Telling Yahoo, I try to post the most appropriate ones. I know there are kids on this app, so the bigger I get, the more I try to keep it PG. Damn, I wonder
Me
what
too. I'm always trying to keep it PG.
she stopped caring about that.
What if you've only had one partner, but you had 10 abortions, you were a stripper, and you had OnlyFans?
What? You just hit me with so much self-hate so quickly. What are you talking about, Pearl?
Not a whore.
This article, though, also makes sure to note that Pearl herself has yet to send the quiz to anyone in her past, considering she's never actually been in a real relationship. Pearl stating, I actually have not had a boyfriend that was serious enough for me to send it to.
I have seen male streamers who have claimed to be incels, and I question it. I feel like I see it seems like a grift. Some of the guy streamers that will claim to be incels, right, in order to go for that audience, I swear to God, they're just.
That's why I had my followers take it. The only long-term relationship I can think of is a guy I talked to for a couple years in college, which in itself is totally fine.
How much income is she pulling off? I don't know. I mean, look, if you're a right-winger in general, like, more than you think, because there's going to be opportunities for money that just are not open to people like me, right? There's going to be people out there. Supposedly there's somebody, according to a former associate of Jimmy Dore, there's somebody out there paying Jimmy Dore to be anti-vax, right? And the Vanguard thinks that this person might have been contributing to their Patreon as well until they started making fun of Jimmy Dore, because like for a while they were cool with Jimmy Dore, and then they morphed his face into BoJack Horseman. And that was the final straw for whoever was giving them that. They said that their Patreon money got like cut in half overnight. It was like
normal,
instant, like just the tap is shut off, right? So, there's definitely opportunities. Like if you're big enough, probably like from think tanks, right? There's, probably you're serving a purpose to the right wing. Think tank ecosystem if you're large enough in terms of your content. But this was a billionaire supposedly, right? I gotta say allegedly. We are not trying to get Jimmy Dore's lawyers attention here, so I gotta say allegedly. Giving Jimmy money to endorse vaccine conspiracy garbage.
Everyone moves at their own pace, and there's no shame in dating later in life.
Oh yeah, what's her objective? I guess she doesn't really need to. Well, maybe it's to not be a fail daughter? I don't know.
Except Pearl might slightly disagree.
Just because you're 35.
Social Blade estimates, and now, granted, right? Social Blade does not know. It'll make an estimate, and it's usually not super accurate, but nonetheless, 150. Usually it overestimates, I think. So possibly as much as 2.5 million. I wouldn't be surprised if it was over 1 million.
And you're single doesn't mean you'll be single at 40, at 60, at 70.
Well, but the problem is at 35, you've lost all the things that men value. That's the problem, because men value femininity, fertility, and they value youth. So you can't say you're youthful when you're almost halfway through your life. Like, you can't say you're fertile when you're about to have geriatric pregnancy. So it's like, and you look worse than you did at 25, right? So the way you're thinking is like a woman.
Not to mention, it's almost been 3 years since it's
the way you're thinking. Do you like? Okay, so she said the way you're thinking is like a woman, right? And that's just sounds like, that sounds messed up. But I think what she's trying to say is that this is like sales speak, and like in sales, they'll say, you're thinking like you. Don't think like you. Think like a customer. Think like somebody who doesn't know what your product is and how good it is, and put yourself in their point of view. Give them a reason, to want to buy the product. And I think that's
article was published, and to my knowledge, Pearl still has yet to be in an actual long-term relationship. Though there was the time she briefly dated the angry TikTok reaction guy, not for very long. Her ex-best friend of 22 years, Emily, says that despite her brief time with angry reactions, Pearl has still never had
his name is literally the angry reaction guy. Got it.
Serious relationship.
That was more literal than I was prepared for.
Have you ever been engaged?
No, never. And she's never even been in a serious relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honest to God, her and Wanye, like, that wasn't even that doesn't even count at all, because what was that?
And that's...
Oh, she'd fall for Steve Harvey's look like a woman, think like a man shtick. Is that does he do advice like that?
That's where we run into a bit of a problem.
2 million views per week. That is quite a lot of ad money, and that's just ad money, right? One would assume that maybe the majority of her income comes from somewhere else, so the fact that she has so much ad money implies a lot of money.
Pearl, as someone who has evidently never been married, never been engaged, never even held down a boyfriend longer than a few.
She's actually doing this right. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. You know, I started on Twitch. I should have started on TikTok. I did this all wrong. I'm on the left. I should have been on the right.
Few months, still somehow has the nerve to tell other.
I'm literally doing everything wrong here. Look, that SM7B show proves it.
Women what to do in their relationships publicly. It's her job to do that.
Oh, that's, yeah, great person to go to for advice. Yo, okay, so before I was a little bit like, right, so the thumbnail's not flattering. Some of the things that have been said are like, you know, I mean, she's obviously a hurtful person, but when I see that, I can see a reason now for mentioning that she's not been in a relationship. This is not just dunking on her and stuff, like, right? This is the reason. She's a relationship advice coach, giving takes, giving advice, giving opinions, ostensibly. Maybe not.
A huge part of her brand relies on judging other people's marriages from afar. Pearl likes the idea of being married. She wants a family someday and wants to have kids. But does that by itself mean she's a reliable source on how a marriage needs to work? What exactly gives her the right to tell others how they're doing things wrong when she herself hasn't even experienced a relationship the way
looks more like a collab
she thinks she wants it? Pearl's relationship advice.
I always wonder, like, when I see relationships being represented on stream or in content, like if that's really what's going on, right? Because it does have an effect on the content. I mean, you know, usually a good effect, but you know, then the problem can be that if the relationship does not work out, some of the fans might go with one person in the relationship or another.
Might as well be completely fucking discarded, even by her own metric.
I've noticed a lot of therapists are like older single women, and I'm kind of like, if you can't maintain a relationship, why would I take advice from you? This is just.
Wait, the heated discourse in her channel thread? Are you talking about like her community post?
Something I've noticed. Yeah, like, why would I take advice from you if you can't maintain a relationship?
As Pearl continued to solidify her position in the dating community on TikTok, she eventually discovered a man named Kevin Samuels, another influencer who rose to prominence around this time for his videos on relationships, which were
We're about to enter the manosphere here. This is what this next section of the video is called.
A bit on the controversial side.
But if you have made it to 35 years old and you're unmarried, you are a leftover woman.
It's cheating when you do it. You're cheating. We don't. We just have sex. Women like you die alone.
Okay, maybe.
We're cheating? They're just having sex? Is that right? Is that how it works? Oh no, not the manosphere. I know, right? I didn't mean to take you to the manosphere once again, but I keep on bringing you back here. I apologize profusely.
A lot bit on the controversial side. But this is who introduced Pearl to the red pill, name dropping him in a video for the first time in 2021, where she discussed several of his beliefs, specifically his philosophy on cheating.
People cheat.
Pearl is a menace. Yeah, I could agree.
Obviously, if you have more opportunity to cheat, you're more.
Wait, who was more of a menace, right? Do people remember Kelly Cadigan? Like, obviously, Kelly Cadigan has had some kind of change of heart, and you usually don't see that. You usually don't see that from any of the pick-me's, right? That's so rare that somebody says, I was wrong, but Kelly Cadigan did. So, cheers to her, I guess. But, like, do you remember what a fucking monster Kelly Cadigan was? But when she was, like, grifting right? Like, she wasn't just grifting right. She was, like, speculating that maybe slavery wasn't so bad. Maybe people over-exaggerate that, like, just like stuff that you would never think would come out of a content creator's mouth was coming out of her mouth and driving her engagement. I haven't really heard about Kelly Cadigan much since then.
Likely to do it. But it's just
weird to me because when I grew up, like, my dad was never like that.
See, a lot of this stuff was extremely foreign to Pearl, given that her dad never fit the mold Kevin Samuels often talked about in referencing men. Her dad never drank, never smoked, never cheated, so this kind of rhetoric coming from the manosphere was like a glimpse into a whole new world, one that Pearl was clearly—
Wait, Kelly Cadigan already took back her change of heart? What? No!
willing to explore.
Are you
This video in
serious?
particular may seem from
Kelly Cadigan is too much then.
the title that she's challenging Kevin's beliefs, but she more—
Seriously though, almost 2 million? God, I did things wrong, didn't I?
Because he's talking about fucking donkey! Video game donkey! And if you're not familiar with this content, pretty much 75% of what he says is complete satire. I mean, for God's sakes, his name is Donkey. Imagine watching this video and getting pissed.
90% of this game's budget just went into making the 3D models for the fish on.
No, it didn't!
Look at how happy they are that they don't have to be in this game anymore.
Fuck you! I'd love to be in this game!
This is the level where we team up with Hank to take down Walter White.
No, it isn't! That's Breaking Bad! Stop being so disingenuous!
This idle animation.
Stop laughing at Sonic!
so just kind of says a bunch of words for 5 minutes.
I think a lot of people cheat because of like situations.
That's exactly the humor that's going on right here, Sarah.
They put themselves in. So I don't know if that's like a disagreement or what.
In my notes for this one, I just wrote down, "God damn, she rambles. She doesn't even make much of a point here, LMAO."
Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense. I'm half paying attention.
She's doing the car rant. I feel like I would do okay car rants. I should have done car rants. I don't have a car. I could do a bike rant. Chat, would you like bike rants? Is that like that'd be a weird rant to do. Yeah, I put a GoPro on my handlebars, so it's kind of like up at me. I'm like, hey everybody, it's a bike rant.
Driving, half paying attention.
But I'd be like too happy. I'm never like mad when I'm on my bike. I'm always happy.
You guys.
To further acquaint herself with this community, she very much began consuming as much of their content as she could.
Consuming that content.
Listening to their arguments and regurgitating their talking points on her own platforms.
Okay, fourth thing.
I mean, she really did drill into there's a lane. Like she literally, I mean, it's a bad lane. It's a horrible lane. She's a horrible person doing horrible things, but she wasn't wrong when she decided that to drill a hole like in this part of the tree to get the sweet, sweet maple syrup to flow out. If you ran on a bike, people will think you're having an episode. Oh no. What if it is an episode? It's literally an episode of my podcast. There we go. If women aren't good drivers, explain how she's driving and streaming at the same time. Yeah, not like Minnesota Mike, who would totally put everybody at risk with his driving while he's doing his rant. There really are bike rants though. Make me feel seasick imagining it, but yeah, I could see that. I could see, like, if I'm on my bike, like if I'm literally like pedaling and I'm like huffing and puffing, I don't know, it might not work out.
Learned from the manosphere. And I'm not going to talk about if this is true or not true. Women are always willing to leave you for a better option. Women today are less marriageable than ever before. Like, women can and will take all of your money. Women will do.
There's a meme about racist white. Yeah, like Minnesota Mike ranting inside their cars. Probably best to avoid that. Well, it's a good thing I don't have a car.
Things like withhold sex if they don't do like chores or something.
She was so excited to share what she had learned, in fact, that she even brought her family into the mix, which had some varying results.
Today, I have a special guest on the channel, my little sister, Amelia. She's super excited to be here.
She looks super excited to be there. Yo, OBS. Oh no, it's Streamlabs. She's using Streamlabs. What a scumbag. No, just kidding.
I'm going to be showing.
I don't hate you if you use Streamlabs.
Showing her some of Kevin Samuel's savage moments because she was not willing to sit down for a full clip. So
yeah, her sister does not give even a single fuck Just please let her
I love those glasses, though.
go.
Do you think women get upset at men a lot?
Depends.
Do you think they say things like men are trash a lot? Do you think that's okay?
Sometimes.
Really?
Depends on the guy you're talking about.
Do you think, but in general, do you think that's okay? Like, men are trash, like, just in general?
I don't
Yes.
know. I don't really have an opinion on that kind of stuff.
I mean,
You could
sitting
even say trash burgers,
your 13-year-old sister down in front of a laptop and forcing her
trash bacon, and trash cheese,
to watch Fresh and Fit is
trash pickles.
bad enough.
They're kind of players a little bit. You ready? Stop looking like I'm torturing you.
Why the hell are you gonna pay
Then
full price for a
Stop torturing your sister, Pearl.
goddamn car that's been used? If I'm gonna invest into you, I need to know you are not used,
So
man.
you want me to lie to you about how many people I've had sex with? Okay.
And
What does your YouTube feed look like on a daily basis?
It literally looks like this stuff. It's like men's dating advice.
You are so
Yes, exactly.
single.
What?
Someone had to say it. What does your YouTube feed look like on a daily basis?
It literally looks like this stuff. It's like men's dating advice.
You are so single.
Whoa.
Someone had to say it.
But why are you also exposing her to the repulsion that is your community? I mean, these comments are insane. She has no life in her. She's gonna do.
Oh, it's so weird. It's so weird because, like, anyway, I might actually have a video. Oh my god, I can't step on the right thing. I might actually have a video. I'm trying to step on my chair. Here. I might actually have a video coming up about the whole red flag effect of certain chuddy signifiers, right? We're hearing about men's loneliness, alienation. I want to posit a guess that maybe it might be the Joe Rogan effect. It might just be the Joe Rogan effect.
Do hard drugs when she gets older. She for sure is not attracting anyone in life.
I wish I had pedals to control the stream.
She will die
or even just for effects.
alone. I'm not sure if she's strictly heterosexual.
Wait, the sister might be gay, so therefore it doesn't matter that the sister made you look silly, makes your audience look silly, doesn't take them very seriously. It's okay because the sister has glasses and therefore might be a lesbian. Correct. There we go.
sister is clueless. Like, no man, she's just a teenager who doesn't want to watch Kevin Samuels videos at 2 in the morning. Is that so unreasonable?
So that was Kevin Samuels. What did you think?
What did you think, Pearl sister?
Did you think what he said
she's
was
so
true or
good.
false?
She's better than Pearl.
I don't know.
If I tried
Why isn't she the famous one? Why isn't she the one doing social media? She's so good at this. Like, the looks that she gives, right? Everything is on.
Showing my little sister some of Pearl's videos, I think she'd deck me in the face.
I prefer Kevin Samuels to Fresh and Fit.
I prefer Minecraft YouTubers.
Watching
Oh god, like Minecraft YouTubers.
Pearl try to get regular people on board with her new belief system is truly a sight to behold.
A girl will only love a guy like that's like the best she can get. But if she has a better option, like that makes more money, is more attractive, is like just a better all-around option, she'll leave her current like boyfriend or husband for them. Oh.
I love how she learns this stuff from Fresh and Fit. Like, right, what girls are like. You're learning it from Fresh and Fit. It's not like you've experienced it. It's not like there's people you could talk to about it. No, Fresh and Fit are the ones who are going to tell you what girls are like.
I mean, just here you can tell her friend isn't nearly as invested in this conversation as Pearl is.
Basically, the candy store analogy is like sex is candy. And girls
Sex is candy, true.
get it right away. But most
Maybe I'm a flight simulator?
guys don't have access to sex till their late 20s, early 30s. Okay. So if you get married, like, before that, they think that, like, girls should put up with cheating, basically. I know. Because, like, it's not fair to the guys because, like, now at 35, they finally put out their money right. They got to the gym for 5 years, did all this stuff. Now they get to have sex with a lot of people. So why would they only settle for one?
Well, then why did they get married?
Come on, candy store analogy? If you tried saying that to any person who doesn't frequent incel forums on 4chan, you're gonna sound insane. When you have to keep telling your friend
I mean, she's been doing her market research, chat.
not to read any of what the chat is saying on your own live stream, you know you're cultivating a really awesome fan base.
You can't read the comments. Yeah, you can't read the comments too. Like, you can't.
Which of course has only gotten better with time. 73% of these people don't think gay people should adopt. 76% think trans people should be institutionalized. I mean, what the fuck are these questions, Pearl? It's no surprise that when you confront someone in the real world with these kinds of talking points, you don't get much of a positive response.
Are women really that smart?
We're all equal.
Oh, you think we're equal? I think the men are smarter.
If you say so.
Hell, Pearl has lost lifelong friendships.
Is that humongous?
Over these takes. Her ex-best friend we mentioned earlier, Emily, being amongst the most vocal after Pearl publicly lied about
Spirit Temple, thank you for the membership.
her being too fat to get pregnant.
So Hannah and I were friends from 2002 pre-K until last year when I stopped being friends with her. So in the beginning of her video, she's talking about our last conversation we had a year ago in March, where I confronted her about talking about women's bodies and their weight and all that cuckoo bird shit she talks about. And I was like, are you okay? Are you okay? And no, she defended it all. So I was like, okay, we're done. I'm sorry.
I mean, these two were close friends. There's no disputing it. Pearl is deluding herself to the point that it's affecting her personal life. Just like how Sneeko's family didn't invite him to Christmas on account of his batshit opinions.
Do you know that this is the first year I'm not going home for Christmas? They don't, I have blue hair, woke family.
No. Okay, look, that's one blue hair that we can't watch. I caught it just in time. I caught it before he said anything. That was Banstony.
Qualifies women from finding a partner. Who cares? Also, asking this person about age probably isn't the best idea. What the fuck was she cooking here?
Not that it's literally any excuse that she's doing this, because what she is doing, I can't even put into words how disgusting it is. But I've known her since 2002. This
is like the Tim Pool's dad effect. Does everybody know about Tim Pool's dad? A friend of the VOD. I'm not even kidding when I say that, right? We've covered Tim Pool's dad before. He's come in here to talk. I honestly should have him on for a conversation. I just think it'd be a little weird. Like, right? Like, I don't want anybody talking to my dad, right? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, Tim Pool's dad is on YouTube and he criticizes Tim Pool regularly and pretty adequately too, right? So, yeah, this is her friend.
I do not think
this is her lifelong friend that is like, oh, by the way,
she thinks that way. If she does, fuck her all over again. I don't care. But I don't think she does. I think she does it to rev people up and to get more views and to get more money. So all that to say, I'm curious to see once she does find a husband and find a man, is she going to keep this act up? Because is she going to find somebody that shares these exact views with her? Or is she going to meet someone and be like, okay, I don't actually think this way.
According to both Emily and Angry Reactions, Pearl's bizarre obsession with churning out the most mind-numbing takes imaginable seemed to happen overnight.
Because a lot of people be in my comments be like, she had to have been like this when y'all was dating. Bro, no, she wasn't.
It's always refreshing to see family members and former friends of alt-writers and trolls roast the trolls online. True.
At all. She was not like this, bro.
I mean, we know she used to be normal-ish. What happened then? How do you go from making such innocuous vlogs with your family to outright...
I will say that when I talk about perverse incentives, right, that can mean a lot of different things, but oh no, I can mean like the incentive to... No. I missed another ad break. Anyway, when I talk about perverse incentives, like one of the ways one of the things that means is when you make content, you try out a lot of different things, right? You do something, it has a reaction, you change it, and you see, is the reaction better or is the reaction worse? And based on if that's better or worse, you adjust. and hopefully eventually you dial it in and get to a point where the growth is happening pretty easily, pretty readily, pretty quickly, and that is kind of your signal of like, I am doing the right thing now. So what if the right thing that you stumble into is something like this? It's not as uncommon as you'd think, right? And that's why when people say, so-and-so's a grifter, well, I mean, like, a lot of times it's just like, I don't like this person, right? They can't possibly mean what they're saying because I disagree with what they're saying, right? But sometimes it's probably true, right? There are a lot of people out there saying bad things that at least didn't mean those things when they started. Whether or not they've like convinced themselves that, that stuff's right to feel good about themselves or not is a different question. But it is definitely something that I have seen. I've seen people do basically stuff that they, that they wouldn't like. When you know people that create content, you sort of know who they are, depending on how well you know them, you have a sense of who they are outside of that content. And sometimes, you see somebody doing something that just does not reflect the person behind the content because they kind of stumbled into it and that was their ticket. And it really does change the way that people act, the opinions that people offer. It does change all these things, even if it's not really changing the underlying opinion of the person.
Pandering to the lowest form of men on Twitter with no shame. Well, without making any unreasonable.
Has Tim Pool ever commented on his father? I've never seen it. I don't think that Tim Pool wants to give his dad the clout.
Reasonable assumptions here, we know from Emily that Pearl has been consistently fixated on finding a boyfriend in the past, staying up late into the night, and poring over all the numbers and information she could possibly find in hopes of finally attaining a high-value man of her liking.
Honestly,
wait, you do analytics to find a high-value man? Wait, is she talking about her analytics? Like she's gonna make her channel big? Or does she mean like analytics for on dating sites? What is she talking about?
Like sad because she was always trying to figure out what could she do to get a husband. I always told her that she did too much research. She was always online, like looking up relationship facts and stuff like that. And she would be up late, like doing it. And I'm like, just stop. Yeah, just stop doing that. Like, let's just naturally look for a man.
Which again, is fine. Everyone deserves to find love. Except I don't know how she expects to do it when this is how she advertises herself to the public. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I know exactly why she pivoted so hard to red pill content. We simply don't know the definitive reason as to why she's so susceptible to the manosphere. And oh wait, there is a reason and she said it herself? Oh, okay.
Or even girls still ask me, like, how can you listen to this man? And I have one answer for you. Low self-esteem.
Yeah, that.
What? Did she admit to that? She made her own dating app. Oh, this is the process to find the worst guy with the most assets?
That's real. Her answer to the question, why do you listen to this sexist trash, basically boils down to, oh, it's because I hate myself.
From a young age, I haven't thought highly of myself. I never thought that I deserved a lot.
Wait, so that's a virtue in her mind. That's a virtue. It's bad when women think the world of her. I've heard this from actually other trans women, right? That don't think very highly of themselves and are surprised at how seemingly okay with myself I am, right? I've definitely dealt with this before.
To be honest, I never thought of myself as a queen. And I never thought of myself super highly. I'm gonna just be honest here. From a young age, I was what you call humbled. okay? Most of my friends, right, were generally like more attractive than me. I was never the hot friend. Most guys, even the average guys, they would ask me about my friend first. And if that didn't work out, then they would come crawling to me. So
wait, part 2 is like her dating Ed Norton in American History X?
Yeah, I would say low self-esteem. That's the main one. And yeah, being humbled. That's why I can listen to Manosphere content.
This to me is an extremely
well, like that is what the Manosphere will tell you. That is what that is like the advice that the Manosphere offers women. You know, but it's more like that. It's like usually like a complaint, right? Oh, you think that you are the shit. You are 35 years old. You do not have your youth. You do not have your femininity. You do not have your whatever, right? You should be happy for any man that is interested in you. And yet instead you have this high standard and it pisses us off. That's the chatter.
Moment, if not a
and she believes it, and not only does she believe it, but she believes that if she obeys it like a dutiful, I don't know, like almost in a paternalistic way, right? If she obeys it, that she will be rewarded of like, Pearl is the good one. Pearl does not think too highly of herself, is willing to settle with whatever dude will have her. She's doing it right. We approve of Pearl. Our misogyny is for those other bitches out there, not for Pearl.
Pretty sad one. It reveals how Pearl truly sees herself.
All Christian parents tell their daughters to be humble. Oh, okay, yeah. So it got kind of matches with that too. Is she a evangelical? Saying you're humble is usually like that's a weird flex. It's a humble flex. A humble
and how all the hate and misogyny that the Manosphere offers actually confirms all the loathing Pearl has always reserved for herself deep down, which I honestly can't help but pity. When you view yourself with such little regard as a person and accept that this must be just who you are, your life becomes so one-dimensional and boring. I mean, who wants that for themselves? This all may sound harsh, but it is so hard to talk about Pearl's content without also seeing how deeply intertwined it is with her own self-image. Her entire persona screams insecurity and desperation, to the point where she has been widely coined a pick-me girl by just about everyone. And you can't blame them because
she's the pick-me's pick-me, right? Like people who normally get called pick-me's call Pearl a pick-me. Like she's blowing up their spot. You know what I mean? She's like the person who's doing it really blatantly. Just kind of, and they're just trying to, they're doing it too, but they're not as mask off about it, and she just kind of ruins it all for them. They must resent her. Yeah, that's probably
being a pick-me.
That's probably why she gets that reaction, right?
Is in the very nature of the character she portrays.
Permission? I want to give him permission, but if I chose to go down the path of high value man, I would know that it's a possibility, and I don't think I would want to ruin an entire family over that.
I was super in love.
Wait, what? You gotta get a guy to cheat with you to get a high value? What? She doesn't want to break up a home? She thinks that would, the only way to get a high value man is to,
And I had children with the man, and I was really, really in love with him. He was a good man overall. I think I'd be lying if I'd say that I couldn't get over it. We should try to give men grace. I think that's part of relationships. That's part of life.
I think if a woman cheats, she's...
That's the other thing that guys always say is that they don't like makeup. I've heard that from time after time. Now they say this, right? I don't know. I don't think that it's true. I don't actually think that it's true. I do think it's something that they say, right? Especially in this community, you got all this makeup and everything's fake, and why can't they just be, a real, authentic, traditional beauty or whatever? And she's like, okay, real, authentic, traditional beauty, yeah, working on it.
Trying to leave you if a man cheats.
Yes.
Just
high value is
it's like a handshake.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree Pearl needs to chill the fuck workout.
Wait, that's Pearl from SpongeBob. Oh my god.
Maybe she can do so with today's sponsor, Vance Global. Vance Global specializes in manufacturing only the best CBD on the market, using all natural ingredients which you can find listed next to each product on their website, along with certified lab testing sheets for ultimate peace of mind, which I especially appreciate given that in today's market, you want to make sure that what you're getting is legitimate and safe. Legitimately safe. Safely legitimate? I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but so this is the perceived value of the women. And, you know, maybe this would be the value of the women if we were...
If they had had sex when they were, like, what, teenagers? If they had gotten married when they were teenagers, that would have been the value.
Virgins and offered men...
This is what I know about this community. Yeah, you're supposed to get married really young and have babies. Start popping out those babies immediately, right? This is the right way to play.
Like 7 children.
So she has already kind of effed up, like in the minds of the trad community, right? She should have gotten married and had kids by now. Us men can use makeup and it's fun.
But the actual value...
I got a stun lock looking at that. Yo, a little bit, yeah.
Is more like here. You know what? No, that's a little too high. I'm gonna make it.
It's like she's trying to do the Vosh MS Paint, but she doesn't have MS Paint.
Actual.
Pearl uploads multiple times.
So it's a bar graph, and those one is what she spent time. No, Pearl, you really just spent time drawing like a little bar and a big bar. That was it. Oh, she covers Aiden Ross.
A day to her channel, which means we get clips like these on an incredible...
Oh my god! What? I just saw some Canva thumbnail. I just saw some Canva thumbnail. I gotta see it again.
Yeah, but... So this is the perceived value of the women. And, you know, maybe this would be the value of the women if we were...
That's like your value high. You perceive yourself as high. You're like, I am a high value woman. I am very beautiful. I am very talented. I am very cool to be around. And what else? I have nice things.
Virgins and offered men like 7 children. But the actual value is more like here. You know what? No, that's a little too high. I'm gonna make it lower. Perceived actual.
Pearl uploads multiple times a day to her channel, which means we get clips like these.
That's what I'm talking about. Damn it! That was a Canva. That was literally she didn't like customize her Canva font.
Incredibly frequent basis.
Fat chicks have way more complications. They have a harder time getting pregnant. So if a traditional man wants children, you can't pick a fat chick. They're like, okay, if she's already chubby in her 20s, then I have a lifetime of, you know.
It is exhausting just how dedicated this woman is to embarrassing herself on such a public level. I mean, just look at these thumbnails and titles, man. Men are not interested in modern women.
Not wifeable?
Modern women got schooled. Modern women will never understand this.
Modern women cry.
I am not shitting you when I say the word
modern women don't cry.
Words modern woman have appeared in over 600 of her titles over the past year alone. So yeah, you could say Pearl has tapped into her own little niche, which is pretending she knows everything while saying absolutely nothing.
You go from an 80%, and people dispute these numbers left and right, but
she is ridiculous, isn't she?
You go from an 80% chance of a happy marriage with 0 partners to a 20% with 5+.
In one
what? Wait, so she's saying if you only ever just have one guy and marry that guy, you get like much more likely to be happy? Does not sound right. Oh my god, chat. Okay, right now I am thinking of if I was forced to marry the first person I was ever with. Like, that is not a good life. That is not a good life, no.
Clip titled Pearl Drops the Mic. Pearl blames birth control for turning women into hoes before going on to say no-fault divorce laws have allowed these evil women to
if you're gonna be a hoe, be a diamond hoe with mending, unbreakable, and efficiency 4.
ruin their families because social media has convinced them they deserve men they aren't hot enough for. Which might make some sense if you have the dating
Of course we deserve men we're not hot enough for. What are you talking about?
maturity of a 14-year-old boy. Otherwise, this just sounds like a lazy mess of assumptions and painfully broad generalizations of women who get divorced.
Birth control allowed hoes to be hoes. The provider, the
Who's
hoes
the real
don't pick
Pearl?
the
Who is the Pearl? Wait, isn't this a thing? Like inside of the like this is like an onion, right? You have like unwrapping like an onion skin.
providers, they picked the Chad. Then no fault divorce allowed the hoes to leave. Then the government funded them
And the government funded the hoes
leaving. And then social media made girls that are 6s think they're 9s and 10s. They break up their home because they think they can do better and they can't.
What if the girls that are 6s are the real 9s and 10s? Oh,
Class dismissed.
I mean, how is this meant to be convincing? Well, it's not supposed to be convincing. It's supposed to reinforce the stereotypes men have of whatever qualifies in their minds as modern.
I mean, she did give that bag. She did get the bag.
Women. Here is Pearl, a woman, saying,
like, as much as like I say that they ask for these things and they don't really want them. They ask for you not to wear a makeup, but then they don't like it when you don't. It's still, she's gonna get rewarded for this on social media.
the things that feed directly into
Yo, does she have some kind of yogurt drink? I want a yogurt drink.
the biases of someone displeased
I need some yogurt.
with women having access to things like birth control, Instagram, or divorce. Here is a woman reassuring them that
We're gonna ban women from Instagram?
right, without actually citing any direct evidence or examples as to why. And the morons in the comments eat it the fuck up. This chick should win the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Pearl's dad is Chuck Norris. We need smart people like...
Wait. Would Pearl go to like a restaurant where if you eat something, you can like get a free meal? Would she do that as a flex? Would she be like... Because I feel like that's another thing that I always hear guys say that they want. And I don't think they really want. I don't think they really want you to eat the whole like absurdly large sandwich or whatever it is.
Her in Congress and
Yogurt, yes.
Senate, she's doing the work
Oh my god.
of the Lord. She should run for Congress. You gotta respect the way these freedom-loving patriots want the federal government to strip rights away from half the population.
Why women shouldn't vote. Yes, okay. I would like to tell you how I came to this conclusion. I wanted to know why men were so angry about women. When I started researching the stuff,
because women vote,
it was pretty easy to figure out why. 90% of women have been on birth control. 1 out of 3 women has had an abortion. 1 out of 3 women has an STD. Average body count is over 5, so that your average wife has slept with over 5 people. 95%.
Are you serious? Like, that's a lot? That is not a lot, right? Is that a lot?
Women are not virgins on their wedding days. I understand the complaint.
See, the YouTube Shorts format fits Pearl's arguments a lot more suitably than a full-length, fleshed-out video could. The 60-second time limit lends itself to the inherent lack of nuance in her beliefs. Plus, these get
it's like she's vapid, but that's what Shorts wants.
way more views, too. I don't know what it is, but there's just something about these shorts that takes the algorithm by storm.
She's gonna school the modern women.
There's a way more potential to go viral here than anywhere else. Without any extra efforts, you can get 22 million people to watch this.
If my son came home from school one day and said to me, look, Mum, I'll be honest with you, I think I'm gay, I would take it on and I'd be open.
What if your son came home and said, I think I'm black?
Well, I mean, obviously, I would. I mean, obviously.
She's like looking at her almost without blinking.
I'd have to sit him down and be like.
So you don't think if he thought he was the opposite gender, you might need to sit him down and tell him
that he's well, that's what I said. I mean, I would listen to him.
Yeah, so if you got that one, she didn't actually destroy the woke woman as the title insists. She just changed the fucking subject entirely, multiple times.
She just made everyone uncomfortable. She just spoke and it was like. Yeah, it was just...
Too. How is acknowledging a difference between race, sexuality, and gender owning anybody in this circumstance? Hey mom, I think I might be gay. Are you black? That's not the same thing. Oh, okay, so now you want to change your gender. Are you even listening to me? Wow, children sure are dumb. I also love the way she sits there in silence as if she just made some epic clapback that left the room speechless.
Yeah, I mean...
Like, no, they're speechless because what you just said was so mind-numbingly stupid, they're in literal awe. It's honestly pretty inspiring to think someone could be so confidently wrong on so many things. I think we can see pretty plainly that when Pearl isn't pulling random shit out of her ass, she's deliberately neglecting context to prove a point. Like, for example, here. As you can see, even Piers Morgan still has the awareness to call Pearl out for ignoring the fact that many women, back when it was illegal for them to vote, were still willing to take less opportunity because that's what they have been conditioned to accept. And instead of rebutting this with anything specific or concrete, her counter just
5 is an average lifetime count?
Just does more to reinforce his point.
I found out that only 5% of women wanted the right to vote.
I mean, like, seriously, chat.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And I couldn't figure out, like, why would women not? No, it's true. It's true.
At
You look it up.
the time.
At the time.
Because they've been conditioned by men to think that they shouldn't have a vote.
I mean, that's what they say. But, you know, I started reading their writings, right? And what I found out was that the reason a lot of women advocated for it was because they believed it was the beginning of the breakdown of the family.
Yeah, obviously, that's what their writing is gonna say. How does that mean they weren't being brainwashed?
It also goes back to responsibility. Men are 80 to 90% of the military. They run all of the infrastructures that make society run. So I just think if we want an equal say in society, then be equal. Go apply to be on the oil rigs. Go be a plumber. Go be an electrician. Go be on the front lines of the military. And then we should have equal rights. But
I would be a plumber, but like, Pearl, the thing I'm worried about is what if one of those pipes sucks me down and get transported into a fairy world with mushrooms and turtles, and like the Hammer brothers are there. What do I do? What do I do in that case?
Until feminists are willing to do that, I don't believe we should have the freedom without the responsibility.
Okay, well, I'm just worried about falling down one of those pipes.
I don't think that I'm physically built for that. You might be.
And like it makes a noise like chunk, 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 chunk.
Pearl's position here seems to be that because men supposedly do all the heavy lifting in society, then we deserve certain privileges like the right to vote. Since
the exclusive right to vote.
Women are, according to her, not contributing the same as men, they shouldn't get those same rights. But a policy like this wouldn't make much sense because not all men are doing such hard, intense labor. I'm not making this video from atop an oil rig, so would I still get to vote in Pearl land? I guess this is something Pearl realized though, because by the very next day, she was clarifying that not all men should be allowed to vote either. So there you go.
We have to
there we go.
Define what is the infrastructure. Farming, manufacturing, transportation, building the buildings, paving the roads. Now remember, women do teaching, we do nursing, but if those jobs went away, the infrastructure of society would still run. We would still have food, we would still have water, we would still have a military. Why should we have an equal say?
Maybe because
what is she talking about?
You're still living in society? Why should not participating in the specific fields you mentioned disqualify someone from choosing how our communities are governed? If everyone is affected by the actions of the government, then everyone should ideally have a say. I mean, this shouldn't even be a debate. Plus, Pearl overlooks the other countless jobs that are crucial for society to run. I mean, just the fact that she's so quick to dismiss teachers and nurses really underlines what little of a grasp.
Not to mention the fact that Pearl completely overlooks the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in about 4 short minutes. And if you don't want to experience that ad break, you can use a Prime to get out of that break. You can get 25% off of a sub throughout the month of September, or you might, if you're lucky, be gifted a sub. But that sort of thing is going to happen more often if you're more active in chat and people actually see that you don't have a little avatar next to your name right there.
She has in the world around her.
Yeah.
If nurses disappeared, our healthcare infrastructure would immediately crumble, and if teachers disappeared, we'd all turn out like Pearl.
She became friends with Winston and Clementine Churchill.
Why does Churchill sound familiar? Winston Churchill did something, or wrote something.
Yeah, I think he wrote the Declaration Proclamation, didn't he? Isn't that the guy? The Declaration Proclamation of Winston Churchill?
Prime Minister.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't know that. Let me know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Pearl's just a misogynist. I just hate women, and I'm just a dummy YouTuber who doesn't know anything.
Yeah, well, you said that, not me. But
Look, she gives me confidence in the fact that she's putting no effort into her YouTube video whatsoever. Like, her heart's not even in, maybe I'm just a dummy and I don't know what I'm talking about.
I will say, when literal children are agreeing with your takes, it might be time to reconsider some things.
Girls don't work as hard as the boys.
She's red-pilled!
Pearl will spout something off like, there are more sex workers in America than teachers, which has certainly been contested.
Let that sink in. What is that supposed to mean?
As the most recent stats on prostitution from 2016 estimate there to only be a total of...
she's counting, she's counting like anything, like literally. Like, you sold one foot peck and you're in that cohort, according to Pearl.
1 to 2 million sex workers living in the US compared to 4 million teachers as of 2023. But let's just be super generous.
She's basically calling like a lot of people like hoes. That's what she's trying to do. That's her. That's her brand.
Pearl was also counting the 2 million or so OnlyFans creators in her tweet as well. That will put the number closer to 4 million, I guess. But it's clear she's not really going off of any hard
I told you
numbers.
But like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's just like, look, Pearl doesn't look at statistics. She just insults women. That's it. We're too promiscuous in Pearl's eyes, and so, you know, it's not just it's not just it's a massive condemnation of women.
Even if there were more sex workers than teachers, so what? What is Pearl even trying to prove here? That women are less interested in teaching the next generation and more interested in being sluts? I mean, what is the insinuation? If anything, it would just prove how thankless of a job teaching has become. It's not surprising that people would turn to a job that actually pays them. If you want
it's literally just her way of insulting.
To be less women on OnlyFans, Pearl, then you should be advocating for things like higher wages and better working conditions, but she doesn't even want women to be teachers in the first place.
2 women cannot teach the way 1 man used to teach. They now have a teacher and a teacher's aide on average in classrooms. And it used to be 1 man, and the men used to have better outcomes.
Unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot of data on this subject in general, and I have no idea which study Pearl could possibly be pulling from here. I wonder why that is. But the Center for Global Development lists the results of a few experiments from several countries, noting that in Ecuador, children were randomly assigned to teachers for 4 years, and researchers examined the impact of teacher gender on math scores. They found that teacher gender does not affect the math achievement of boys or girls, with similar results coming from other countries like China as well as Korea, where female students performed substantially better on standardized tests when assigned to female teachers. As far as Western countries go, the CDG notes that studies tend to find little or no effect, other than at least one from the US that found a positive one. And that's just me going off whatever studies I could find. I am absolutely lost in figuring out where Pearl...
No, I think she's trying to say that, like, somehow, like, the female teachers aren't tough enough or something. I don't know. I think that's what... It's a weird thing too.
Is getting her information, but who am I to question the?
Like, most of the people that support that, like, sort of gendered view of the world, that is one of the professions that they're like okay with, like, with women participating in. That's kind of wild that Pearl is like, yeah, let's go back to an all male teaching staff.
Omniscient foresight of the.
When would that have happened?
All-powerful Pearl Davis. In fact, she's actually somewhat of a psychic. That's right. This woman can see directly into the future.
Zendaya is gonna leave his ass. Her hypergamy is gonna get the best of her.
The hypergamy, oh my god.
Zendaya is like a sweetheart, and I think a lot of like high-value men are gonna be interested in her. It's not that Tom Holland isn't a high-value man, he is, but I just think more high-value men are gonna be interested, and I think she's gonna go for it. I give it 6 months.
To know the exact inner workings of a celebrity's private dating life is certainly an impressive talent to have, and what an amazing fountain of knowledge Pearl is. Except she's so far removed from reality, it makes me a little worried. Just take her incredibly weird and intrusive video here, where she speculates on Tom Brady's divorce from his wife Giselle, once again blaming their separation on the fact that Tom was making less money playing football than Giselle did as a supermodel.
Giselle and Tom divorced last year. Now, there are a couple warnings.
There we go. Don't earn more money than your husband. Oh my God. Okay, so don't be promiscuous. Don't be a sex worker. Don't make more money than your husband. Don't think highly of yourself. We got the rules according to Pearl.
Signs that a woman is going to leave your ass. Number one is if she out-earns you. Most women have a modern mindset where they think they are better than a man because they out-earn him.
Man, you don't know the reason for their divorce.
Is she also implying that most women out-earn most men?
So what do you even say?
I can't tell.
This is something Pearl has suggested in the past, that women who out-earn their husbands tend to leave them.
That's one of the number one predictors of divorce. If a woman out-earns...
Wait, is that supposed to be, like, don't out-earn your guy or else you'll leave him and then you'll be sorry that you did? Or is that supposed to be, like, men should watch out for women who out-earn them because they're gonna leave?
Her husband, she is more likely to
leave. The only truth to that is if somebody one partner doesn't earn any money at all, it's really hard for them to leave, even if they want to leave. So, I mean, like, that's the nugget of truth there, but
there's a reason Pearl doesn't cite any sources.
In like a mountain of sex shaming, of slut shaming, of
when she says things like this. According to sociologists from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the University of Pennsylvania, the divorce rate for couples married in the 90s with female breadwinners has fallen to just 4% higher than those with male breadwinners, which is a massive improvement compared to...
I want some bread. Can somebody win me some? God damn it.
To couples married...
I have to win it. Oh my God, Princess Mononoke, thank you for the Prime sub. 5 months, meow.
In the 60s and 70s who were 70% more likely to divorce when wives earned more or the same as their husbands. Marriages with female breadwinners are actually succeeding way more today than ever before in the past. But that's not the kind of...
Maybe I could win the bread. Maybe I could be the breadwinner. I could win the bread. Chat, I gotta get some bread.
Context.
I'm doing such a bad job of that though by showing up late to stream and oh my God. Like, I'm putting a lot into trying to make a different stream, a better stream, a more engaging, more interesting stream, but it's just like, it's harder than I thought. But I see a way forward.
Pearl would give you because it doesn't fit her overly
maybe Tom Brady is just a
simplistic view of the world. By ignoring the circumstances around a set of data, Pearl will often use real numbers to arrive at a faulty conclusion.
She's doing like TMZ stuff
that fits her narrative. Not to mention
with the red pill.
There's basically zero indication.
Like when you think about different like ways that content works, like I was thinking about this like the other night, right? That like given my skill set and my like knowledge, you know, my fields of knowledge, right? It's strangely similar to Joe Rogan's, right? I mean, the main difference being I was never a stand-up. I was never, you know, like formerly in comedy. I do some comedy, but yeah, it's just like, and when you look at Joe Rogan's audience, it's kind of like the opposite of the audience that I want. So I was like, wait, well, what would an anti-Joe Rogan look like? What would an anti-Joe Rogan like media
the money
girl boss look like?
He played a role at all in Giselle leaving Tom Brady. Back in reality, Giselle has stated, sometimes you grow together, sometimes you grow apart. When I was 26 years old and he was 29 years old, we met, we wanted a family, we wanted things together. As time goes by, we realized that we just wanted different things, and now we have a choice to make. And that's basically all we know. They've otherwise kept things pretty private for a reason, and I don't think we should know anything more than what they're willing to share, nor is it appropriate to speculate. And it certainly isn't appropriate to manipulate their story to fit your own agenda in front of 500,000 people.
Now, why is it rumored that they divorced? Oh, he was working on his career too much. But the funny thing is, if the men were not working on their careers, we would not want them anyway. And what you can see is this is a control tactic of modern women.
The way Pearl is speaking here, you'd think Giselle hates Tom with a burning passion, which is completely untrue. As she stated herself, she still loves and wants the best for her ex-husband, hands down. Going on to say that rumors circulating about them are actually very hurtful and the most ridiculous thing she's ever heard. Pearl also refuses to believe that Tom could have possibly done anything to warrant Giselle initiating a divorce, despite there not being enough reliable information to indicate that. She's just pinning total blame for a situation she doesn't understand onto a woman because that's what's most convenient. And then she has the nerve to craft an entire narrative in an effort to generalize more women. I mean, do you see a problem? Like, this is what she does.
He can do everything right and his wife will still divorce his ass. Women are never happy. You can give a woman everything she wants and she will never be happy.
I mean, Pearl is literally just writing her own fanfiction about a celebrity couple she will never meet. The title is just blatant clickbait. Not once during these 7 minutes of absolute torture does she give even a single example of Giselle getting furious at anything. You're just using famous names to Trojan horse your putrid beliefs because nobody cares what you have to say otherwise. And as a Cowboys fan, I hate that Pearl is making me defend Tom Brady. But reinforcing parasocial relationships with football players honestly pales in comparison to clickbaiting a person's actual death like she does in—
So she has to almost like talk about football because of that's her audience?
this video.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel and welcome to Pearl Daily. We have a OnlyFans model who died trying to be a whore.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, enough. I am done with the anti sex worker shit. Let's take a look and see what we got cooking. What does Cenk have cooking? Because that's what we're dealing with here, right? We're talking about the Russel brand thing, and although I don't get the feeling that Cenk is on the train of like Russel brand did nothing wrong, he is kind of feeding into the whole conspiracy narrative at a strange time. I mean, it's not like the veneer of innocence has broken off yet, right? There are still a lot of right-wingers holding on to some kind of copium about Russel brand, being innocent and that this was all, this was coordinated. It was the deep state. It was the Matrix. It was, he's been trafficking in conspiracy so long, right? So what do they expect? What is the audience primed to think that this guy's getting attacked because he got too close to the truth?
Obviously, you should be at least as equally angry at Russel Brand if these allegations prove to be true. To which I would say the most important part to me is, okay, charge him.
I haven't watched Cenk in a really long time, but according to Vosh, he's not nearly as bad as Anna. I'm not so sure about that.
So charge him, prove it in court, and go.
Vosh is still trying to talk to Cenk. Did you know that?
Go get him. So that doesn't mean that I think, okay, I'm positive I know what happened in those rooms, and I'm positive that I would convict him if I was on the jury. No, they're gonna have to prove it in court if they go to court, right? And so the texts and the police reports are pretty devastating evidence, right? And the testimony of these women
so don't get,
so
don't
far
get
and some of
me
the things
wrong
that we've read.
as far as what I'm saying about Cenk, like, right? He's saying the evidence looks pretty damning.
You are clearly devastating. So now, why now? I think both things are possible. And so he did all of this stuff when he was a megastar, and as he pointed out, part of basically what is, in essence, mainstream media, right? So why didn't they investigate him back then? So one of the things that I looked at was, how did this whole thing start? And they explain in one of the stories, they say.
So he goes, Cenk went looking at how did this whole thing start? Like what? Now, like, he's talking about one of the articles.
Reporters have been looking into him aggressively. Okay, I mean, I'd like to know more details. If the women came up to the reporters and said, I need this investigated, then yes, they should definitely do that, and they should be as aggressive as possible, etc. But if they went looking for
you see what he's doing? Like, while, doing the responsible thing, which That's why I said, like, I feel like maybe there's some kind of consultant involved now, right? The stuff that TYT has been doing that just completely goes off the rails and ends up causing these controversies, which are probably in net negative for them. They seem to be getting like in this, right? Make sure to say that, like, yeah, it looks pretty, he looks pretty guilty, but then go by like, but what, wait a minute, why were they looking for stories about Russell Brand? Cenk, maybe because although nobody's come forward to accuse him yet, and he is still a person of immense power, I don't think he's ever not been a person of immense power. That the stories are through the grapevine, right? BBC had a policy of never bringing this guy on with like a female co-host, right? They always made sure to not do that because there was talk of this, right? This was the reason that the report is called Hidden in Plain Sight, is because this was an open secret. This is not something that was, was very well hidden. It's just that, like, nobody really, was willing to risk coming out and, with allegations until now.
That doesn't mean he didn't do it, right? But why didn't they go looking for women when he was a star?
They've talked to a lot of these women, and the consensus is kind of like, yeah, I wanted to say something, but I was waiting until there was more people saying stuff because I have heard that I'm not the only one this happened to, right? And it was just, that you almost need a situation where you are not the only person saying this, that there's others like backing up your story to even have any hope of not just not believed and dismissed, right? But smeared and blacklisted.
Mainstream media when he was actually doing these things. So
I think it's a moot point, honestly. I really do. I really think it's a moot point.
I don't think it's moot at all.
I think you should listen to Anna. It's a weird thing for me to be saying. It's a weird thing for me to be saying. But I think you should listen to Anna here, Cenk.
You want to know something? If you don't want to face terrible news reports and documentaries and potential criminal charges in regard to rape as an anti-establishment, firebrand, maybe don't rape anyone.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
So Anna, I totally agree with you when it comes to individual culpability. So in the case of Russell Brand, it's moot as in, who cares? Did he do it or did he not do it, right?
Right, that's all that matters to me, at
but
least.
to me, there's a second component of the story that has nothing to do with Russell Brand. That has to do with how mainstream media reacts to certain stories. So if someone is in power and is making them money, they do not investigate them. They do not do that, okay? And if someone's annoying them or is an outsider or says things they don't like, all of a sudden, they said they went and talked to hundreds of women that he's been with and they got these 4, right? So that's why I'm asking, did the women come to you? In which case, great job on the reporting. I'm being like 100% great job, right? If they went and interviewed hundreds of women looking for 4 women or however many women that'll testify against them.
Like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Like, the only way I can take this is he's trying to throw like a bone to the segment of his audience that's gonna just like be like, nah, Russell Brand was set up. Like, that's me. That's him telling like that. What to me this says that he wants those views. He's not ready to give up those views, right? Because that doesn't match with what you just said.
That's weird. So, and I'm not worried about Russell Brand. I'm worried about, is this what they systematically do?
Is this what they do to everyone when they get too close to the truth, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, I know he's not trying to defend Russell Brand here. He made an explicit like point not to, but it's like literally what he's saying sounds like that.
And so, and I think that it's not a conspiracy.
It feels like in some ways he's like trying to have it both ways. And it's just gross.
Guys, it's not a conspiracy. There's no one, the deep state is not telling Channel 4 in UK. Which deep state, right? I don't want people to mistake what I'm saying. It's just that there's a group thing with editors. If someone is an outsider and has no power.
They worked on this for, oh yeah, good point. Yeah, they worked on this for 4 years. I think you're right about that, Greg. They also, and I think Anna's gonna mention this. Okay, if she's not gonna mention it right now, they have mentioned this, right? That and this is true, right? In the US, the burden of proof for slander, libel, defamation falls on the accuser, right? If somebody says, if person X says something about person Y that person Y thinks is defamatory, person Y has to prove a lot. Like, that not necessarily that person Y 100% knew that what they were saying wasn't true, but that they went forward with it maliciously. And then they got to prove damages. Like, there's a whole set of things. It's a whole production. It's difficult you got to have some pretty good lawyers to be proving defamation in the US. In the UK, however, it's the exact opposite. If you are, the burden of proof is on the person who made the claim that's getting taken to court. So if you make a claim and you get taken to court, now you got to prove, here's how I knew that was true. And you get fucked if you were wrong, right? So in other words, there's every incentive for these news organizations to only come forward with this if this is ironclad, and to also take a lot of time. Take a lot of time on this story, developing this and making sure that they get this right, and that they're not like leaving themselves with any exposure. And that involves, kind of like, essentially, proof of the truth of what you're claiming.
Try to find something wrong with them. If someone is powerful and inside the system, let's not try to find anything wrong with them. In fact, if someone brings us something, be super skeptical about it. And you saw that with the allegations against Biden.
I don't think that Russell Brand is really in a place where he is like, it's not that he's less powerful than he used to be, right? It's not like he's less connected than he used to be. And like, I mean, look, it feels like some of the claims, some of the stories like imply that certain organizations that he worked for like should have known better, right? That in some ways they are afraid to kill the golden goose. But to act like that this right-wing conspiracy ecosystem that he's running in now is somehow, not a power source in and of itself, right? The real conflict of interest that Cenk should be worried about is this unlimited blank check that the conspiracy defense affords a person like Russell Brand, a person like Andrew Tate, a person like Donald Trump. Not that they're getting off on things because they're, powerful and connected to, powerful people. In this case, yeah, he's still connected to powerful people. Like I said, there's a lot of money in this grift. There's literally people that want to hear certain things reflected in the media. And if you offer that voice and if you offer that reach to them, you will get paid for. So, I feel like he's just traded, one form of power, one form of notoriety, one form of being connected for another. So to look at him as being like somehow the little guy, whereas he was like the big guy before because he was in movies and stuff. The reason that he's not in movies anymore is because of these charges, no doubt. Like, right? The reason that he needed to cultivate a following in this conspiracy space where if you criticize the people that they hate, if all your content is about Bill Gates and whoever, right? Then you're going to get the benefit of the doubt from that conspiracy culture. And that's what he's doing. And it seems calculated, honestly. It seems like he knew that he was going to have to face charges at some point, and he wanted to put himself in a place where he literally cannot get canceled. Like, there is nobody left in his fandom that cares about that is likely to believe a victim, and that won't buy this garbage that he is selling.
Back in 2020, when there was
Cenk, but you're conflating U.S. media with media in the U.K., which works a little differently. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Greg. They definitely should have done something about this. That's the frustrating thing.
Saying that they don't ever use
this stuff always takes a long time to, and it's just for the reason that I described, right? That if you are the lone person standing up here and saying this, it really does put a target on your back. And a lot of people, I mean, that's a scary thing to do.
Use media in a politically motivated way, but the laws are different in the UK. Definitely,
the early apology. Oh, you mean the video that he did before this came out?
Defamation laws are a lot looser in the UK compared to the United States.
What I said, yeah.
I just think that in this particular case, regardless of how the investigation by the reporters were spurred, this has been going on for multiple years. Apparently,
like, look, I'm starting to crack conspiracy theories about the Young Turks. Now I'm wondering, are they going to do the revolving cast of villains, where like one of them says something like really outrageous, and then the other one says something outrageous, and then the one that was outrageous before like pulls them back to like keep them both, I don't know, viable?
Russell Brand's behavior,
that might be a little bit conspiratorial thinking on my part,
has been an open secret for quite some time.
Yes,
I agree with you. So
do you want them to do their due diligence or not?
No,
right?
no,
Because in the UK, what we have in the UK is reporters just throwing up any allegation they hear from anyone without doing their due diligence. The Aziz Ansari story is a perfect example. Aziz Ansari, the woman.
Wait, is she talking about in the UK or in the US?
Aziz Ansari's story is a perfect example. Is reporters just throwing up any allegation they hear from anyone. In the UK, what we have in the UK is reporters just throwing up any allegation they hear from anyone without doing their due diligence. The Aziz Ansari story is a perfect example.
Wait, doesn't this cut against what she just said? I don't understand. Doesn't this cut against what she just said?
Example, Aziz Ansari, the woman who went on a date with Aziz Ansari, went on a bad date. That's not rape. It's not. But during the
I'm not familiar with this Aziz Ansari.
Me Too era, our media here in the US tried to pass that off as if it's the equivalent of what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. Yeah. It was disgusting. Okay, so
why are they always yelling? I guess it's like a it's almost like a tradition at the Young Turks. Like Cenk used to yell at USA Today. Like he used to go on and he would be reading USA Today and he wouldn't like what they said about the Iraq War and how they were covering it. And like he'd be on there with like Michael Schur, and Michael Schur would just be kind of like, oh, well, I mean, what do you expect? What do you expect? Like he wasn't that, he's kind of nonplussed. And Cenk's response to Michael Schur not reacting to that, not being like, yeah, that's ridiculous. That's what the, what was for him to get like louder and louder until he was like tearing apart the newspaper, throwing it around the studio and saying, USA Today, you effing suck.
I would prefer a multi-year investigation where they corroborate the story, where they cross their T's and dot their I's, rather
than an AAUS story
than just throw out this allegation without doing their due diligence.
No, no one in the world, is certainly not me, is arguing that they shouldn't have done
until the Aziz and Grace story happened.
Due diligence, of course they should. What I'm asking is the exact.
He's like a rage comic in 3D.
I see it.
By the way,
I see it.
Hold on, let me finish the thought.
By the way, the investigation into this began before Russell Brand started questioning the vaccine. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, that's super relevant, by the way.
Super relevant.
Okay, but still an outsider, etc. Anna, what I'm saying.
Whoa. Oh my God. What just happened? What just happened? Wait, now let me get this right on TYT. They're not questioning. Wait, can somebody help me with this? Natalie, are you still here? The TYT, as far as I know, they question, they're kind of like, they seem to be like on the lab leak thing, right? I have heard them say that. But are they like on the anti-vax? Like, are they on the vaccine skeptic train as well? Because like what Anna just said was a little bit, it kind of threw me for a loop.
No one in the world, is certainly not me, is arguing that they shouldn't have done due diligence. Of course they should. What I'm asking is the exact opposite question.
By the way,
hold on, let me finish the thought.
By the way, the investigation into this began before Russell Brand started questioning the vaccine. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, you. So
do you want them to do their due diligence or not?
No, right? Because wrong with them. In fact, if someone brings us something, be super skeptical about it. And you that'll testify against them, that's weird. So, and I'm not worried about Russell Brand. I'm worried about, is this what they systematically do? And so.
Yeah, that was the part that I said it just didn't seem to match up with what you said earlier.
And I think that it's not a conspiracy, guys. It's not a conspiracy. There's no one, the deep state is not telling Channel 4 in UK. Which deep state, right? I don't want people to mistake what I'm saying. It's just that there's a group thing with editors. If someone is an outsider and has no power, let's go try to find something wrong with them. If someone is powerful and inside the system.
That is true, but it like, you know, in general, right? Yeah, that is true. Like, right. Like the same way that like a lot of rich people get off on their crimes because they're, you know, they have the ability to really come after the cops with their lawyers if they want to. So yeah, it's just what goes on in, well, I mean, at least in America, I'm assuming to some degree in the UK too, but like relating that to Russell Brand is weird, dangerous, and irresponsible. She said that because the right has been saying that it was an attack on Russell Brand because of because he's been anti-vax. There's an easy solution to this. Don't SA people. Yeah, that was what Anna was saying.
Let's not try to find anything wrong with them. In fact, if someone brings us something, be super skeptical about it. And you saw that with the allegations against Biden back in 2020. When there was
Cenk, but you're conflating US media with media in the UK, which works a little differently. I'm not saying that they don't ever use media in a politically motivated way, but the laws are different in the UK. Defamation laws are a lot looser in the UK compared to the United States. I just think that in this particular case, regardless of how the investigation by the reporters were spurred, this has been going on for multiple years. Apparently, Russell Brand's behavior has been an open secret for quite some time.
Then what? I agree with you. So
do you want them to do their due diligence or not? Right? Because in the UK, what we have in the UK is reporters just throwing up any allegation they hear from anyone without doing their due diligence.
Does she mean in the US? I'm so confused.
The Aziz Ansari story is a perfect example.
Was this a UK story? Or a US story? So I'm trying to figure out if she meant to say US, because like she just said that like it takes a lot to get, you know, yourself out from under the threat of a defamation case. If you're gonna make a claim about somebody that they don't like, you gotta, you know, cover all your bases.
Aziz Ansari, the woman who went on a date with Aziz Ansari, went on a bad date. That's not rape. It's not. But during the Me Too era, our media here in the US tried to pass that off as if it's the equivalent of what Jeffrey Epstein was up to. Yeah. It was disgusting.
Okay, in the US, we're talking about US media. Thank you.
Okay, so I would prefer.
I think that's what she meant, yeah.
A multi-year investigation where they corroborate the story, where they cross their T's and dot their I's, rather than just throw out this allegation without doing their due diligence.
No, no one in the world, is certainly not me, is arguing that they shouldn't have done due diligence. Of course they should. What I'm asking is the exact opposite question.
By the way,
hold on, let me finish the thought.
By the way, the investigation into this began before Russell Brand started questioning the vaccine. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, that's super relevant.
The thing that freaks me out about this is the fact that she had to say that to Cenk, right? I get that is what right-wingers, like, you know, that's probably a common thing that right-wingers would attribute if they want to be conspiratorial and say that this is a conspiracy. That's what right-wingers would attribute the conspiracy to. But it's weird that she's saying it to Cenk almost as if he's
Super relevant.
Like, I don't think he was trying to imply that. I think that he said something that could be taken. Oh my God. I mean, if they're doing it on purpose, I guess this fits. If he's being purposely vague to try to please both sides, I guess this fits.
Okay, but still an outsider, etc. Anna, what I'm saying,
It was a UK story? Wait, then why did she? Oh my God, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. What, he fights for the truth? Wait, it was a UK story. What am I missing?
Hold on. What I'm asking is, if it was such an open secret that Russell Brand was doing this when he was a big star, why didn't you investigate then? Women didn't matter back then? No, he's making everybody money. You don't investigate him then. The minute he steps outside of the money-making machine.
Okay, so he's like there, he's making them. Wait, but it's not. Wait, okay, so Channel 4 was part of the BBC. And the BBC is somebody he worked with before.
Let's go get the son of a bitch, right? So let's make up our minds. Do we care about it or don't we care about it? If you care about it, you should do it equally to everyone. So I don't know the intricacies of UK media anywhere near as well as I know American
media. When
media.
you say you should do it, like you're not only like throwing, kerosene on like the Russell Brand conspiracy fire there. You're also doing it like that. That goes for the Andrew Tate thing as well, like, right?
Yeah. So I don't know what their situation is as much. And look, guys, it's a thorough, super detailed report.
It's like he wants to say, well, look, it looks like Brand is guilty. Like it looks like this is some nasty stuff. Of course, we're not going to jump into any conclusions, but yeah, it looks bad. But if this was a conspiracy,
reporting of it, and they found something that is very bad, and that Russell Brand should be held accountable for. Accountable means you.
Here's the problem. I feel like okay. Here's the main problem. I feel like he means to call out the BBC, right? These criticisms, if we're assuming that he's not leaving things purposefully vague, they apply to the BBC. The BBC were the ones that turned a blind eye. The rest of the people he was working with, when he was in movies and stuff like that, right? They're not, there's no. It's weird too, though, because like to be like, yeah, well, if the BBC, doesn't like you anymore because you're not making money, then didn't Channel 4 like break away from BBC?
Try him. And you see if you can convict him in court. Do you have enough evidence for that? Okay, so good journalism on that. I'm not asking you to not do that journalism. I'm asking you to do that journalism when people are in power and you're scared of them and you're a little concerned about blowback. And so I don't know how they do it in New York.
And this is also the Trump thing too. It's like, you bring up Trump and Trump's like, what about Hunter Biden? What about Hunter Biden? They're all going after me over me exercising my freedom of speech. But what about Hunter Biden? And what about Hillary's emails? And what about, oh my God, there's no end. There's no end. It's completely without end. And it scares me. Okay, I want to see if we can see what this was. Supposedly, Russell Brand sent
to
H3 illegal.
Hi everybody, it's Monday.
Worst
It is a beautiful day out here in Los Angeles. Not a cloud in sight, in fact. That's right. Hope everyone had a charmed, beautiful weekend. We are back to slave away, but not us. You guys are, but we're here to make. Oh my
God! I don't see where the Russell.
We like what we do, right, guys? We're not slaves.
Yes, sir.
We've got. Oh yeah, Russell Brand sent me legal notices, dude. I tweeted about it, but nobody cared.
Go.
I swear to God, Elon Musk was
suppressing.
Yeah.
You got suppressed, bro.
I think I've never been suppressed on Twitter till that guy took over.
You talk so much
shit. He's the king of suppression.
Talk so much shit about Andrew Tate pointing out the Matrix. Yet here we are, jacked in.
Make it make sense.
Jacked in.
Apparently, the Matrix is trying to stop Andrew Tate, but I can't get him off my timeline.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Russell Brand trying to stop my free speech, and I can't get a like.
Unbelievable.
Make it make sense, please.
I thought it was free speech.
I did too, there, ninja. How many likes did it end up getting? Because I expected that to get likes, didn't you?
40K, yeah.
And when I first posted it, it was getting a lot of likes.
It was completely stagnant for like 3 hours. It was
Just
super
zero,
weird.
nothing.
Yeah.
Like it. Oh, 14,000. I guess it went
ended
up
up juicing a little bit, but dude, it was a 2K for 4 hours. I'm sure of it. It's bizarre.
Because I mean, listen, the story itself is pretty weird. Like,
Yeah.
he claimed he did 2 claims on our episode. First was, this one doesn't even make sense. The 5th bit, which is apparently some kind of stand-up. It's like not in the show, period.
No,
This
no,
bit
it is.
suffers-
It was the BBC like radio show. They like
the one where he was talking about how he exposed himself.
Yes.
He claimed that.
Yes. Yeah. No. And so what it is
Oh,
that
that's clever.
So no, we haven't covered this yet, but they're talking about a bit, or not a bit. Sorry, the bit was the show. The 5th bit was the show. They're talking about him saying something on air, supposedly right before one of the victims claims that he essayed her in a pretty horrible way, and the stuff that he says on stream, like it kind of like confirms it. Oh, about Russell Brand's. Oh, the Russell Brand thing is the UK story. Yeah. Aziza Saria versus Grace is the US. That one makes sense with what Anna's saying. Is he? Yeah, saying Brand wasn't powerful. That's what I took it as, Natalie.
So nobody asked.
so the best bits of their radio show were like collected into a album. I'm sure it didn't get like a physical
What? Then how is? Oh my God, this doesn't make sense.
release, but like on Spotify and Apple Music and stuff,
So
there's like
wait. Oh, okay. Huh. Wait, so that this thing is like some kind of greatest hits, and maybe that shit ended up on it. I'm confused.
an album
I'm
of
confused.
the best bits, like
including when he was talking about
yeah,
exposing
that's one of the best bits. Is
That
when
is-
he's bragging about whipping his dick out.
I'm glad that made the.
Yeah, it's one of the best bits. So yeah, that got
Okay,
claimed,
so
but
that's
then
what that was, and then his new video, the also claimed.
So that's like a Colleen Ballinger move, except no music, no musical track to hang that on.
How fucking pathetic is that? And like we've talked about Russell Brand, I've never been claimed by. It just seems a little weird. Like obviously, part of you goes like,
Were there other people that got claimed for responding to his "So" video? It really does sound like it really does, like the title sounds like a Colleen Ballinger title. Compared to Biden, which is what Cenk was doing, yeah, Brand is less powerful.
oh, it's probably autumn.
Oh, that's right. So if you don't know, like, oh my God, Adrian Vixen, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, streamer. You have activated my stand and raided into a very interesting stream. Indeed. Late stream for me. Good to see you, Adrian. How was your stream? We are covering the fact that apparently Russell Brand sent legal notices to the H3 podcast, right? So now if you're wondering, I might have posted a tweet from a parody account the other day on my community post, like, right? I hope that was a joke, right? That was about the Hassan thing. I grabbed H3 Producticons, which is the parody version of the account, and that's why it sounded so much like maybe Hassan is really upset, maybe Ethan is really upset at Hassan, maybe this is the last, obviously this is something that Ethan clickbaited, but the parody account was clickbaiting even harder. But yeah, that one's H3 Producticons. This one's the real one. This is H3 Productions. I didn't realize that was same PFP.
But two different claims,
Meow.
both by Russell Brand, on our
A comfy cozy raid, nice.
video. And I'm never claimed by these goons, by these types of guys. You know what I mean? Because this is their whole thing. Like, I'm free speech. Which is, commendable that they don't. But here comes Russell Brand with a double claim.
I thought comedy was alive and
double
well.
claim? Who does Russell Brand think he is? White Nervosa?
You should be like talking to lawyers and shit, bro. You're probably going to go to jail. There's like a good chance he's going to go to jail. You're going to need a lot more money than the revenue from this video to pay.
Like, I probably shouldn't be joking so much about copyright claims and attempts to take people's channels down. When I actually had that happen to me a year or so ago from the Vosh network, actually, like Vosh's sysadmin filed a number of claims that YouTube did not accept. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for sticking up for me. Thank you for realizing the difference between transformative content, the kind of reaction that streamers do to each other, especially when they disagree with each other, and what was claimed about my channel, that this was some kind of an attempt to duplicate the content that shitty white leaf content creators make. No, I was just pushing back on it. But yeah, we had a scare. We had a couple attempts to take down the channel. Luckily, YouTube told Vosh's sysadmin exactly where she could stick it. A very very dark place indeed. Thank you, Pollen Cakes. Thank you, Adrian Vixen. How was your stream? Yeah, I didn't even realize it was my anniversary. I guess it is.
Hey, that shit up.
They should throw her under the jail.
God, this coffee's insane. People are asking, what creamer is this?
Your coffee's good? I have so much trouble finding good coffee. I found a decent one, but I feel like I'm paying too much for it.
This creamer's crazy.
The creamer's making it.
Like the K-cup, it comes mixed already.
It
like
is
an all-in-one
mixed already?
latte. Yeah.
That's heavenly. Can you show it?
Yeah, let me grab it.
It's one of those cups.
I like my coffee dark.
I didn't know this was a K-cup.
Nice.
Because we have a K-cup thing, and I hate the coffee it always cooks at home.
Why is everybody saying follow Olivia, Ethan? What, on this Twitter account? This is just like a dummy.
Dead and Joker, thank you for the follow.
Follow Olivia, duh. Of course.
This is just like a dummy Twitter account. This isn't actually Ethan's real account that we're logged into here.
Yeah, this is just.
Wait,
oh, I see. Because it's suggesting her on the side.
Wait. So that's not the real. Wait, that's H3 Productions. I thought that was the real account. That's 2 million.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I see.
Oh my God, the website that they have listed. Does anybody understand this Ryan Kavanaugh joke? They have the website Ryan Kavanaugh looks like Harvey Weinstein listed as their website.
Yeah, we just use this for show. I don't
follow
think
all three of these
Thank
people.
you.
Ethan has taste.
Yeah, come on. I got you.
Thank you, girl.
This is a coffee for anyone who's
Let
wondering.
me see that.
That Ethan's been recommending.
Wait, pull it back a little bit. It's out of focus.
I've been hitting that too. I don't even like
Keurig,
coffee.
yeah,
I
the
don't
donut
even
shop
like
Keurig,
coffee.
No, that's
one-step
Keurig.
latte.
Okay.
I need to buy those at home.
Yes.
Holy shit.
It's like a donut.
Man.
Got it.
It's
Flavor?
crazy hard. It's like candy, but it tastes so good.
Okay, spicy take. Tell me if you disagree. It's okay if you disagree. You probably should disagree. I'm probably objectively wrong about this, okay? But in the past, I don't know, 2 years, I have decided that I like coffee with no cream, with no sugar. I just like coffee. And as much as I enjoy, a creamy, sugary coffee, it makes my breath smell weird. You know the coffee breath you get? I feel like I get it worse when there's creamer and sugar in it. And obviously, I guess if you have just garbage coffee, maybe cream and sugar can kind of make up for that. But I'd almost rather just drink the garbage coffee. Honestly, I kind of like coffee just by itself.
So yeah, he claimed us. I made this video, or maybe the tweet was
I might be wrong though.
a little provocative, but
I'm just gonna warn you. I might have trash tastes. That's entirely
I mean,
possible.
what in it isn't true? I said alleged rapist Russell Brand doesn't like free speech when it's about him.
Delete the hate.
Dark roast. There's a limit to how much I like of how, because I've gotten one dark roast that was like too much. Like I think it was called like a Spanish roast or something.
Full tweet in question.
He used his new video
Kinda
addressing
burnt.
his R-word allegations to claim our podcast about
Why
him. What
won't
a
your
hip.
sub pop? Wait. That's weird. It might be like on a delay or something. A little bit of honey black coffee is the way to drink it. I'm on board with that. Okay, so chat's largely okay with that take. You know what I really love though? Okay, and I can't have this anymore. But the yerba mate is like, and I'm talking about drinking it like with the straw, and you know, doing it like the right way, where you like pour it in and then you scrape a little off, and like yerba mate is even better. But I can't let myself have it anymore, because like I would be off the wall on yerba mate. I enjoy it profusely, but it is just something that I don't know. I feel like if I started getting it, I would drink too much of it, and I would find that like half of my food budget was going towards it.
Hypocritical loser. And by loser, I mean R-wordist.
Well, thank you for the resub, Adrian. I'm not sure what's going on, why it hasn't picked that up yet. Yeah, that is wild. But thank you nonetheless for the resub.
Allegedly, of course, but read the article. Not much room for doubt.
I'm half the time I'm already, bouncing. If I wasn't so tired, I would be bouncing all over the place right now.
Also, people defending him, and it's like, you haven't read the article.
Yeah, totally.
They go, oh, it's so thin. They go, the case against him is so thin. I says,
they obviously haven't read it.
I'm not going to read it.
Is that they just say the same thing? It's incredible. They don't look. They just say that. It's so thin.
I shouldn't say it. I'm gonna.
Like since I'm on the topic, I'll pull up this
Look,
clip.
I gotta say it, okay? You say the case against him is so thin, I gotta call you Weasel. 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 Weasel.
Was pretty interesting. Oh, by the way, before I do that, guys, we don't have sponsors this whole week. Taking a fat L on that. By the way, I want to remind you guys.
I wonder what happened. They always have what? No, did they lose Gamer Subs? How could they, like, H3 and Gamer Subs, name a more iconic duo.
About
Gamer Subs, if you're looking for somebody new to cover, right? I'm definitely in the like, right, you have caffeine in you, right? Does Gamer Subs have caffeine?
Classics. Teddy Fresh.
You have the badge and the emote, so it's, oh my god, that's so weird.
Classics. It's up on the website.
Oh, you're sponsored by Teddy
It's
Fresh,
evergreen.
though.
We're trying to keep them stocked up. And what we've done is we've been in the laboratory. We've worked with our partners. We've reduced it to only the essentials, leaving only the most luxurious, beautiful fabric. Right, I think.
Okay, we're not here to watch Teddy Fresh ads as much as I might need clothes.
All right, anyway, let's move on. So let me pull up this clip of this woman defending Russell Brand.
There's the clip. Go look for the clip.
It's absolutely insane. It's in the UK. And I don't know anything about this network. I guess it's a conservative network. So she's trying to play the team game, I guess. And this guy, you can tell which one has read the article and which one hasn't. I'll put it that way. Take a look at these.
From what I understand, both of these hosts are conservative.
Well, one read the article.
Right.
Would it be mean if I said they look conservative?
And God bless him for that. Oh, and then she even admits, he goes, did you even like watch the documentary or read?
Would that be mean if I said that when I think of a Tory, that's like what I imagine?
The article? She goes, no, I didn't have to.
All right. Good.
How dumb are you?
I'm not going to read it.
Right.
I'm not here to be a super meanie butt.
Here, watch
We've
this.
got to talk about, because what Jonathan Ashworth is referring to was your tweet, Beverly Turner, at the weekend when you said about, what's his name?
Russell Brand.
You are being attacked. Establishment needs you. Don't know what to do with the fact you have 6 million subscribers.
6.5.
And generate autonomous, knowing and original content. You are welcome on my GB News show anytime. Actually, it's my show too. We are mainstream media, but we are...
Why is he reading... Why is he reading her...
Not
if he'd offered to come on this morning, we'd have had him, let's be honest.
But we are not establishment media. There's a difference. Keep going. This proves you're winning. You're a hero with a love heart emoji.
She says he's a hero.
That is shameful.
It's not
That is shameful. That is shameful. You have dismissed in one tweet a 4-year investigation
Okay, so he's reading her tweet.
by the Sunday Times, the Times, and Channel 4 as contemptuously the mainstream media.
When I see generic white people, I assume that they are conservative. That's a good guess.
Look at her smug, dumb ass. I mean, these conservatives, they're like rushing to defend a rapist, dude. They're like getting in line.
She's like so proud of herself too.
They're like, go ahead. He's innocent. He's a hero. All right, your turn. He
got too close to the Matrix.
A hero. The fuck?
I see someone in chat saying that this network is like Britain's Fox News, essentially.
Well, I mean, listen.
Oh wait, GBN is like the Fox News.
I'd love to see
They look like Daily Mail writers.
someone like this guy on Fox News because he's hitting it right on the money, man.
Has complained of being groomed by this man. 2 women have said they were raped, and there are more and more cases coming to light. And you say you're a hero. Don't you think before you say someone's a hero?
He's my
Hang
hero?
on. Don't you think before you say he's a hero, you should establish whether these very serious allegations are true?
Or read the article.
Well, before...
what's the answer
Are you sure he's your hero, or are you thinking of BoJack Horseman?
to that?
Before I tweeted that, I had spoken
A lot of people get him mixed up with BoJack Horseman.
to several sources, close to Brand,
Right.
close to the Times.
Had you spoken to
close
those
the
4 women?
Sun.
Good question.
I was confident that there is no smoking gun in this regard.
Right.
I remain confident.
There's no
having
smoking
watched
gun. There's
the
text
dispatches.
messages, dude. There's fucking
Ultra concern. Oh wow. Okay.
and rape kits. There's rape kits.
Yeah.
Is that? Is that?
There's text messages. There's the kit. There's the things that he said after one of the claims, one of the times that was claimed, right? Which seems to confirm what the victim said.
Can get much more smoking than that.
Meow.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That is a
Like
cute emote.
at this point, we're in such a like post-fact world. I mean, it doesn't get
Oh my
any
God.
clearer than this one, man. There's no
Wait.
smoking gun.
I guess I have to do
What the
that
fuck are you
first.
saying?
And then
He's literally apologizing. He's like, "I'm sorry, I raped you," in so many words. There's a text of him saying that. She's like, "Nah, I don't buy it. He's a hero. He's super funny.
Nah, you're tripping.
Someone that funny couldn't do something that bad. I don't buy it. Not that funny, by the way, L.
If that is what they've got after
Got 'em.
4 years
That's
of
all
a
they got.
joint investigation by the Times newspaper and Channel 4, those 4 flimsy allegations from women who choose to stay
Again, she goes flimsy, and then she admits, and soon, that she didn't even read it.
anonymous, so there is nobody that can counter their version of events. It's nobody who can say, well, hang on, I was
Anonymous,
there
they're
on
that
occasion.
again. Unfucking real.
Whilst, and this is the thing.
do you have any
every
sympathy for
year,
these women?
there are
Do you have
1.1
any sympathy
million.
for these women?
Every year, there are 1.1 million people who are sexually assaulted in this country. Newspapers,
It's
like
literally,
yours,
it's the script. They do it every time. The same thing. This takes away from real victims. Man, if you only read the article, like it's not asking
Seriously.
so much. You are putting.
Hey, I'm doing a shout out right now for Adrian Vixen, and also I would say maybe check and make sure you're subscribed, because I thought I was, and I wasn't. Right, so I fixed that just now. But I've had this happen to me where people that I know were already following on Twitch, like somehow followed again, and I've talked to people who said that they were unfollowed, and I can confirm, like, multiple, following me multiple times. So yeah, there's something weird going on with Twitch. Check and see, make sure, even if you think you're subscribed, check and make sure.
Your face on the news and defending a rapist. Just read it first, man. These are words coming out of your mouth. This is a hot new meme format, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Like people that Paul and Cakes is talking about the what he said on air, right? It's the kind of thing that you might like gloss over if you're just listening to the radio and you're just like, oh, that's just Russell Brand playing a character. It's like you see it in light of the allegations, and it's like, it's creepy.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
read it.
I love it.
Russell Brand defenders when you ask if they actually read the article.
That's really annoying. YouTube used to have this thing. Maybe YouTube still has this thing. Check and make sure you're subscribed to me on YouTube too, right? Because I don't know what it is about social media sites unfollowing people, but it's a thing.
Oh man,
I guess.
I used to fuck with King of Queens.
Did you?
Yeah.
I watched it. We were talking about
I
it
used to fuck with Scrubs
earlier. I did watch it a little bit back then, but I used to just like kind of bounce.
Does that mean I have trash taste? Like, it's not really my fault. It was somebody I was dating that really liked Scrubs, and like I ended up watching it and getting into it because of them. Yeah, it's super creepy, but like once you see that, like that's that he's referred because right, the tendency is for people to assume this is Russell Brand playing a character, and like he's kidding, and it's like no, it turns out he wasn't kidding.
It's around all the sitcoms.
That was more. I would catch an episode.
Yeah,
if there was nothing
Scrubs
on.
was all right.
Exactly.
But it all fell apart when he became friends with Adam, man. Like with most
I just like the thing where they stand on each other's shoulders and become the world's most gigantic doctor.
comedians.
That was
They
good.
befriend Adam Sandler, then just
Big
Like
time.
Adam.
they get a fat paycheck,
And you're
man. They get on
all of a sudden you're a mall cop.
exactly, Paul Blart. Man, you used to be the king of Queens. Now you're Paul.
There was somebody from there was somebody that worked with Adam Sandler. Wait, do you know what I'm talking about, chat? There was somebody who worked with Adam Sandler, Rob Schneider, right? Rob Schneider was like,
Oh man, I used to fuck with King of Queens.
Did you?
Yeah.
I watched it. We were talking about it earlier. I did watch it a little bit back then, but I used to just like kind of bounce around all the sitcoms.
That was more. I would catch an episode.
Yeah.
If there was nothing on.
Exactly.
But it all fell apart when he became friends with Adam, man. Like with most comedians, they
Okay, he's
befriend
talking
Adam
about-
Sandler, then just
Big
Like
time.
Adam.
He's talking
they get a
about
fat paycheck,
Paul
and
Blart.
they get on
all of a
funny
sudden you're a
fast.
mall cop.
Mall Cop guy.
Exactly, Paul Blart. Man, you used to be the king of Queens. Now you're Paul Blart. You probably got
You were
like
the king of Queens, man.
You probably got like $100 million for that movie, though.
I'm sure.
It's Adam. He's a good man. Takes care of his friends. I'd like to know him. I'll go play a gigolo, whatever you need me to do. What do you need me to do, Adam? You need me to you want me to play like a movie where I play like my twin
can't I find
sister
this?
and my mom?
And
I'll do it.
you're in love with your twin sister.
I'll do
Adam
it
Scammer?
when
Yourself.
Yes, I'll do it,
It'll
man.
be epic and
I'm pretty sure this happened, right?
50 million, I'll do it. I will suck my own dick on camera. You'll see it all, man. Just pay me. That's funny. Crowder almost got that much money.
right.
And he didn't even offer to suck his own dick. He'd show his dick to a lot of people.
Don't care about that until there's a celebrity involved, and then suddenly it's all over the front page of the paper. Of course, everybody has the right to not be sexually sexually assaulted.
Oh, well, that's so
Anybody-
refreshing.
That's big of her.
Thank you. Thank you.
Give people that, lend them that right. Everybody has that right, of course. And this is a brave stance for this network, apparently. What is her name? I mean, I hope that she gets laughed off of British television forever. I mean, this is crazy.
You
Who
said
has
it
been
at the very
sexually
beginning, but I didn't catch
I'm gonna
it.
go back and find it.
assaulted.
All his movies are just his buddies on vacation. Yeah, that's basically what he does. Like, right? Like half of the people that work in his movies are like his personal life friends.
My heart goes out to them. This happens every single
There's
day in
not a
this country.
scintilla of sympathy in this statement on Twitter for these four women who I would argue none of them know each other. It's a very
know
big
why
thing to
he's
go
my
public.
hero?
And you
don't.
say this.
Wait, so can somebody explain this to me? Are they both personalities from this network, from GBN, or is he a regular and she's a guest? I don't understand.
It's a journalistic
Keep
curiosity.
going. This
Feels like
proves
she's
you're
been brought on here.
winning by allegedly raping and
She says
grooming
this proves you're
16
winning.
You're a hero, La
Oh my
Part.
god. Oh my god. I caught it just in time. Okay, I don't have any joke this time. I don't have any segue, but there's going to be an ad break coming up in like a minute or less. I don't know. Very small amount of time. There will be an ad break. If you don't have a sub, you will be subject to that ad break. There are ways you can get out of it, though. If you have a Prime sub, you can use that and get out of the ad break that way. You can pay for one. It's 25% off through the month of September, or you could possibly, if you are lucky, and this does happen sometimes, you could be gifted a sub. It is known to happen. It can happen. It's going to be more likely to happen though if you're more active in chat. So if you're in that boat where you can't, you don't have a Prime and you can't afford to buy a sub, there's still hope for you. But yeah, it's more likely the more active you are in chat. That's the general rule. Although there's no guarantees.
Let me tell you why he's winning. He's winning because he is a man who generates his own content under his own
He's a
speed.
high
Yo, what a
value.
hero! I guess I'm a hero too, huh?
He's a content creator.
He's a YouTuber. Okay.
When has a content creator ever sexually assaulted someone?
Oh my
Don't make
god,
me-
yeah,
don't
that's
make me
right.
Google that.
Content creators are known to be the most upright of all citizens, in fact.
Somebody
Yo.
who makes content for a living.
Okay, let me tell you why he's a hero and why he could never be a rapist. He's a YouTuber.
He's a YouTuber. Yeah, there we go.
Next. God.
Case dismissed.
What a moron. You're on TV, lady. You know that? It's live.
Is a threat to
He's a
all
threat
of these
to
newspapers.
women, to young girls.
Yes, he is a threat.
It's
So you
clear.
write for when you can.
I love newspapers.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. I love this industry.
So that's
But
more
what I'm
important
saying
than
is,
these allegations
why
by
now?
these women.
Why now?
Why now?
It's taken 4 years. It's taken 4 years for this.
The year before an election year. How convenient.
It's not even
Oh my god,
close
that's
to
what
the
they always say about
election.
Like,
Trump.
what does that mean?
Why
literally-
now?
That's literally what they say about Trump. And it's so frustrating too, because it's kind of like, I mean, I'm a little bit like impatient about it too. I'm kind of like, wait, the dude's out of office, right? No more executive privilege. Get on that shit. Get on that shit. But I don't know, maybe that's not how the legal system works. Maybe I don't know how the legal system works, and maybe these things take a long time to develop. And it's like they're literally coming up, in the space between the election that he lost and the election that he's trying to claim that he's being banned for, that he's being suppressed by having charges coming that were coming down the line regardless.
Why anytime?
Because
I
he's
don't know.
talking about COVID like 3 years ago. I don't know, lady, but she's seen what I've seen, which is 80,000 views on his Rumbler videos.
Rumbler.
That's a threat to the establishment.
That
I'm
Rumbler
scared.
site.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to look up her name, but my Google isn't working for some reason. I've just restarted my computer. I'm doing everything.
You've been banned. You've been banned.
I actually banned you, bro. I forgot to mention.
Just use
it.
ChatGPT.
What if you go incognito? Does that work?
Yeah, I've literally.
You tried
changed the
different
browser.
browsers?
Does the internet work or just not?
Yeah, it works. I could use like Bing, but Bing is I can't find shit on Bing. I don't know.
Google some ISIS videos.
Could you Google some ISIS videos? Here, let's see.
So, well,
Why didn't they come and go to the police? Why haven't they gone to the police
Well,
now?
the allegations.
She went and got a rape kit. Like she's so openly so.
Is she really
proudly
saying, why haven't they
ignorant,
gone to
like,
the
just
police yet?
wrongly defending a freaking rapist, man? I mean, shout out, I guess.
What?
In a sense, it's almost
is
like, okay, girl.
Okay, I gotta say that this British lady told Just Pearly Things to hold her pint. That's what just happened.
Went all out.
Hold my
I know,
pint.
You know what I mean? All or
think-
nothing. I like that. No half measures.
You're gonna be a monster? Hold my
They're
pint.
increasing in their number, and I guarantee to you, this is going to be a huge investigation, a huge story, and I'm astonished that you leapt to his defense
You haven't
before you
watched
can have
any
read
of his content in the last 3 years.
You
You have no
haven't
idea.
watched the Dispatch.
You have no idea what he represents.
Had you watched
to
the
the
Dispatch's show?
6.5 million people.
It's like she's chasing dark web cloud or something.
You watched the Dispatch's show when you
got a lot of fans. Hold
Hold
on. Thank you, but hold on. This is good.
Saturday morning.
No, but that doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
There was nothing.
You hadn't even.
I mean, what a dumb freaking B word.
Yeah.
Even seen the Dispatch's program when you put out he is a hero.
I love him. He's actually
You
doing great.
haven't even seen the Dispatch's program.
Good for you, man. I'm happy to see that. Like an older guy too, putting out like good ass fucking words like that. What's her name?
Beverly Turner.
Beverly Turner. Let's see.
Beverly.
Okay, so Chad is hypothesizing that she's some sort of fan, maybe even some sort of super fan. What I wonder from you, Chad, though, is like, if she's a fan, what is the piece of work that got her? Was it forgetting Sarah Marshall? Was it get him to the Greek? Was it Big Brother's Big Mouth? What is she a fan of exactly? The stand-up? Like, what got her into Russell Brand?
I wish you wanted to be roasted right in the media.
The Twitter account?
Beverly Turner. Let's see.
Can't be the Twitter account.
Let's take a look at Beverly Turner, who's pro-rape, actually, it turns out. Or no, she's not pro-rape, just for funny dudes who she thinks she's been inspired by. Let's see, Bev. If she's not getting shit in the media, I'm not going to be happy about this.
Oh, no, she's making a
Let's
play.
see, news.
Inquiring minds,
Defends
indeed,
her tweet
Colin
in
Cakes.
support. Oh, this is 1 week ago? Dude, what? How did you just support him a week ago? This story's been out that long?
Yeah, it broke like last Tuesday or something, right?
I guess she's fine. She's cool, man. She's crushing it. Love that for her. Anyway, shout out to him.
Something that I've noticed is that Russell Brand's persona, like, it seems to be like, I don't know, 70% Captain Jack Sparrow and 20% some bland rock star from the 70s.
I thought that was great and equally measured embarrassed for her. I mean, wow. That's nuts, man. Here's the tweet. Okay.
No, this is her
Oh,
responding.
shit. She's also... Oh, she's the best. This is just from 2 months ago.
All the classics.
Jewish group criticizes...
oh, no, she's anti-Semitic. Is it? Wait, sorry, British lawyers. I didn't mean to actually claim that. Allegedly is the word that I was following up the phrase. She's anti-Semitic. Allegedly, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that she's definitely anti-Semitic because I don't know if she's definitely 100%. I just know allegedly. Okay.
Beverly Turner
I did nothing wrong, but they indicted me
over dangerous
allegedly.
conspiracy theories. Beverly Turner retweeted that COVID causes less harm to certain ethnicities, Asians and
that's
Ashkenazi Jews.
Wait, what?
Oh, well, that's...
You're literally ripping off Robert F. Kennedy.
Oh, that's
Q Shaman Jr. Q Shaman F. Kennedy Jr.
That's
RFK Jr.
That's a mainstream platform in the United States of America. What's the problem?
Yo, RFK Jr. is a leader in that, and he said that.
Oh, I want to know about the space lasers, right? Because you know if she believes this, she's got to believe in the space lasers, too.
Yeah.
There's space
On video.
lasers.
And then said that he never said it.
The thing is, he's also jacked, which is another thing.
Yeah,
You have
he's
to
hot.
take into
And
account.
he's rich and a Kennedy, so you
That's
should listen
it.
to him.
You know?
He's hot. Okay, he is jacked, but
Let's check out our girl, Bev. Let's see what she's up to. We got
he's more muscular than you would expect.
Man, imagine being this file.
And doesn't he always find, he's like one of these guys that finds an excuse to take his shirt off, right?
Probably has kids, too. I don't know. Mommy,
She
did
looks
you
like
have a
Crystal
good time
Ball.
defending
Oh, no.
the rapist today? Yes, sweetheart. It was a tremendous day. Now go run off and play. And don't forget your rape whistle. I didn't know that my co-host was going to do this today. Oh, she got pissed at him. I knew we'd be discussing the topic, of course, but I wasn't prepared for the personal onslaught, which is why I look completely off guard. To fully understand my position, which is difficult to articulate, please read this piece that I wrote. Thanks. Dude, Why should I read your piece? You didn't read it.
I'm not gonna read it.
I'm not reading your shit.
I'm not gonna read it. Fuck you.
On GB News, we put free speech first.
Nice.
Even when we disagree with each other. They furiously clashed over a tweet which she called Russell Brand a hero after an investigation. She wanted me to watch this? What did she want me to do with this?
She was just referencing this encounter.
Oh no, here. I'm really curious to know what she had to say. Is Russell Brand the victim of a media witch hunt? Asks Bev Turner, who hasn't looked at any of the evidence.
What's her name?
Yeah, how would you know one way or the other?
She's doing the vibes thing. She's doing the vibes, right? You just check with the vibes. Wait, the old man, the guy that she was on with, or she's paid off? Yo, we're finding out a lot more people. Like it sounded like a conspiracy, but like a plausible conspiracy to say that some of the people that are like right wingers in a ridiculous way, maybe they're getting money to do this, right? Maybe they're getting money from somebody, until we found out from one of Jimmy Dore's like ex-associates that according to this person, right, allegedly Jimmy's lawyers, allegedly Jimmy Dore might have been getting billionaire money to spew anti-vax propaganda. That's a claim that's out there.
In the New World Order, crimes,
if
especially
if money's going to Jimmy Dore, who else is it going to?
sexual ones, there will not be evidence presented. Only the jury will decide on vibes.
Right.
Talk about burning the witch.
Yeah, well, it's a weird thing too, because there is like think about like when people stand up for Trump. What does that get them? That gets them credit with a certain set, right? And it's a set that if they get accused of something, will probably back them too, right? So it could be useful. It's a set that you could sell almost anything to, because they're such suckers. It's Trump's people. It's the people where they were like, yo, Trump's doing a Trump University because he's rich and he wants to help me be rich too. If everybody took this course from Trump University, everybody'd be rich. We just got to do what Donald Trump says. He's rich. He's smart. He knows how this shit works. I'm going to pay him whatever he's charging. Even if Donald Trump himself is not there. I never get to see him, but we're at some convention center. I'm going to keep paying money for every new seminar that they suggest, right? These are those people, the people that are like, yo, I do not want to get a shot. Is there something else I could get? And somebody's like, oh, maybe try some horse paste. And they're like, sounds good to me. These are the same people. They're suckers. They are, conspiracy weirdos. They're stans, right? They're like the perfect people. If you have no morals, these are the perfect people. These are the perfect people to have in your corner, because it doesn't matter what is actually revealed. They will be with you regardless.
We'll do a consensus on vibes. And of course, everyone knows that Russell Brand gives us tremendous non-rapey vibes. I believe in a society where we can defend someone's current character whilst also being willing and able to condemn historic illegal actions.
What?
I don't know. She didn't read it.
I have heard the newest iteration of the Russell Brand defense. There are some people out there that do not deny that he did what he's accused of doing. But they say, and if you followed Russell Brand or watched his movies or anything, you probably know that he had like a period of time that maybe he was, he says that he was, kind of had a substance abuse issue and, is now sober. And so, and when he talks about it in the apology, or I don't know why anybody calls it an apology. It's obviously not an apology, but the video that he put out there before this news story came out, if you look at that video, you get the feeling that he's trying to give a narrative where there's two sides of his life. There's one side of his life where he was part of the machine, the evil Hollywood machine. He was on the left. The left is evil, right? He was a liberal, he was corrupt. He worked for bad people, and he never called out the conspiracies. And then he did some, recovery program, and now he's this hero. He's overcome his addiction, and he is what they would claim to be a different person, right? They're literally claiming that he has grown so much since, so these are the people that don't dispute that the events happen. They are basically trying to invoke a statute of limitations, right? As in, it was so long ago and he was a different person, and really, right? He's good now. He's good. He's against the deep state. Before he was like, I like to make money in Hollywood and I don't care. I would be complicit with the deep state. And now he's like, deep state is bad and I must expose the deep state at every possible turn. So why would you, he's fine.
Wait, no, hold on.
Not even kidding.
She believes in a society
Not
where we
even
can bend
kidding.
someone's current
David Portnoy?
character. Yeah, that stuff happened before. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
That doesn't
He went from comedian to a
really.
cultist.
That's what she's saying.
So
is
she's saying he may have raped people then.
Yeah.
But he's a
good guy. He hasn't done it in a while, and he's a good guy now.
Dude, he hasn't
And
raped
so-
anyone in like 3 years.
Right.
Wait, is this her? Did she change
Okay, let's
her
see.
mind?
I'm actually real interested in this article.
Wait.
Apparently, it acquits her.
Okay.
Complicated.
Wait. Did she change her mind? Is she now saying that he probably did it, but that he's not guilty?
Nuanced issues require careful consideration, not hot-headed mudslinging.
All right, let's give it
And that's why, following my tweet about Russell Brand over the weekend, I wanted to share this longer article so I could explain in more detail why I'm concerned about the nature of the scandal engulfing him. More importantly, I wanted to set out what I believe are some of the wider implications. But before this, make this crystal clear. Amongst this noise around a man who has repeatedly admitted that he was very, very promiscuous, yes, we risk forgetting that in the UK, 1.1 million adults experience SA. No. This is the playbook. They're like, well, listen, there's women out there being R-worded. Why aren't we talking about each one of them right now? In the US, 40% of women say that they have experienced sexual violence, with 80% of females sexual. So this is really.
What is she like? Why is what is the
Let's
point
follow the
here?
logic here. She goes, Russell Brand has repeated to being very, very promiscuous. So he slept with a lot of women. But then she goes, somehow 40% of women have experienced sexual violence. So Russell Brand, who slept with like 1,000 women, has never crossed the line with a single one of them. He's the good. Maybe my analysis isn't perfect there.
Well, let's see what her follow. I need to see her next.
I'm glad she got a really hinged-looking photo of him to tie it all together.
Just the way he looks.
Tragically, these statistics are of little interest to most people until a famous person is involved. Oh my God. Then it gets sufficiently spicy to make headlines. I believe anybody who's been the victim of SA or R-word deserves justice. Okay. I too. No, you don't. You've proven you don't. All too often, they're denied the justice by a flawed system. I believe women's voices are too easily dismissed. That's what you're doing right now. It is most significant when they are ignored in the sexual offenses unit of a police station. However, excuse me, I also believe in society where we can defend someone's current character whilst also being willing and able to condemn historic illegal actions. That's crazy. I've been accused of being hot off the mark with my defense of Brand on X, formerly Twitter. I love how she got to glizz up Elon there a little bit.
Oh my God.
I feel like if you call Twitter
when you
X, you're like...
When you say formerly, like when you say X, right? It's Twitter, okay? You don't have to call it X. There is no X. And look, with any luck, Elon, different person entirely. We'll sell it, and it'll become Twitter again.
You're a shill. That's it. If you call Twitter X...
Has anybody seen the like a theory that somehow like Blue Sky will buy the right to call themselves Twitter and become the new Twitter, and
X, you're Elon.
X will like close down.
Chill. You're an enemy of the state. I'm kidding. I don't know. Do you guys? But you guys don't say X, do you?
No.
No. It's
Nobody
crazy,
says
right?
X.
It's called Twitter.
Nice try, dumbass. I swear to God, though, the only people I see doing this are like conservatives who are trying to.
Yeah, they love it.
They love that.
They love it.
It's X. Brand on X prior to the details of the allegation being made clear. Okay, let's wrap it up. You know, had he been arrested at that time, I would still have been suspicious of vested interest. That's awesome. So nothing could have happened. But my trepidation would have been more acute. However, after speaking to several close sources to both media outlets and Brand himself on Saturday morning.
Brand himself. Oh, okay. He said he didn't do it.
It was clear that although some of the behavior being alleged is depraved, each instance is nothing more than he said versus she said. Rape kit! You asked him? Is she a journalist? Is that her job? I don't know. Through a decade-long time lapse, as usual, there's nuance. Obviously, every human being deserves the right to refuse sex. Oh, thank you for that. Or physical intimacy of any type. But this current trial by media is grotesque. I've been urged to keep quiet, stay out of it. I don't personally know Russell Brand, although I
called him up, though.
Yeah, he's a hero, and I contacted him. Why would I speak up? That's simple. Loyalty. No. That's the craziest reason to defend a rapist.
That's such a weird
This
thing.
is
Oh
crazy.
no. Oh no.
I'm grateful. Loyalty, you said you don't even know
Loyalty, that's like you're just, if that's what you have to
him. I'm grateful to the emboldening narrative he has provided millions of us during the most tumultuous period of modern history.
She doesn't know him, but she can call him up and she's extremely loyal to him. But I don't know him.
Because he was anti-COVID, I guess, and that meant a lot to her.
Yeah.
Brand has not been arrested. Oh my God. But you just said if he was arrested, you also wouldn't care. Maybe I'm wrong to be cynical that a smoking gun will be found.
I mean, look,
She still hasn't read the article.
they don't care that Trump has been indicted. I don't know. Like, what are they gonna hang on until there's probably even a verdict would not be enough.
Hasn't. No, she hasn't. It's obvious.
I'm an idiot.
Wow, man.
Moron,
She
dumbass.
wrote a whole ass fucking article about this.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm just gonna read bits. He has a powerful group of similar outcast allies like Jordan Peterson, Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, and Vandana Shiva. I don't know who that is.
Parasocial relationships are
Mhm.
wild. Yo, I swear to God, when I got into drama with bigger streamers, oh my God, Vamps! Thank you for the resub. Meow, 33 months. Meow meow morning to you as well. We are finding out about Ethan Klein of H3H3's encounters with the legal force of one Russell Brand in terms of a claim against 2 videos that he watched. One of the videos being Russell Brand's own response, pre-response, whatever you want to call it. The video that Russell Brand put out before the charges went live. He reacted to that, and he also reacted to, I think it was what sounded like an admission of one of the allegations, right? The thing that he said on air, and these were both apparently claimed. So it feels like for somebody that says they don't want me to show you the truth, Russell Brand doesn't want Ethan to show you, doesn't want anybody to. If that's really what's going on here, you're glad your big parasocial crush was David Tennant. You got lucky, yeah.
Exciting.
So unless you have followed Brand's remarkable online journey to expose corruption, it's
Jordan Peterson. Oh my God, I've got a video about him, don't I? I've done a few videos about Jordan Peterson. If you're not already following me on YouTube, you might want to do that. You might want to check that out. That's actually, yeah, most of those videos are really good. I think all of those videos are really good. One of them is from a very long time ago, but the other ones are probably funnier. Yeah, I think I've gotten funnier, right? I think I've gotten better. So looking at some of the old stuff, and that's kind of what kept on showing up.
It's all too easy to write him off as a rapist. Turn the page of the news and wait for the next alert.
You follow me, yay!
So psycho. This
Oh my god.
I'm a moron.
This.
I need to make like a tier list of my videos. That would be good. Yeah, a tier list of my videos. That's what I'll do. I'll get a whole bunch of the thumbnails, and I'll put them in a tier list, and I'll put the tiers out there to say, like, these are the funny ones. Yeah, like I'll do funniest, like, right? Because like that is one thing that I've been cultivating. I really didn't start out as any kind of a comedian. That is something that I've never done. I would be scared to do stand-up comedy, but I don't know, more and more that feels like where some of my content is kind of just gravitating almost by accident. But yeah, we should do that. I was gonna do a TikTok tonight. I don't know. I feel like it might be too late. Now I don't know if I'm gonna make a good TikTok right now.
So shout out Bev Turner.
What would we talk about?
Who supports women. She said
But
so
I do
in the
want to
first
start
paragraph.
doing more content like live on stream.
Love that for her.
A lot of fun.
Thank you guys for following. Love her. Also, apologies to Bev for engineering COVID not to affect my people.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'll next time make sure it gets us to.
Yeah.
Just
Oh
at
my
least
god!
for optics' sake. You know what I mean?
I'll make sure when I go to shul tonight for Yom Kippur, I'll atone for that.
Tell them we got to be more subtle next time when we plan. A pandemic. It's like, dude, we can't all not get it. Oh wait, I got it, and all my. Did you get it, Zach?
I did, yes.
Oh,
and presumably millions and millions of Chinese people.
Probably more Chinese people got it than
anybody else.
Americans by far.
Well, we did. They were way more stringent on the
No, but
lockdowns and stuff.
since then, they've been having crazy outbreaks.
Yeah,
because they didn't have any.
And there's 3 times the population there, so it's probably safe to.
Probably
assume.
like a billion plus Chinese people that got COVID. This is great. It's very good. We love it so much. We love her. All right, thank you. Anyway, yeah, Russell claimed our shit, so he's a coward. But then I was like, oh, he's a hypocrite, and I was like, wait, he's a rapist. That's way worse. When I was writing the tweet.
That's the revision that you go through in making it.
Like hypocrite's not an insult. He's a rapist. He wishes he was just a hypocrite. You know, it's practically a compliment to him. So there it is. Thank you, everybody.
There it is.
Oh, check it out. So if he doesn't let you profit off his content, he's hindering your free speech. Profit off his content. Okay. Damn, who
Cover the story, right? Remember what Legal Eagle talked about as far as like news kind of being a little bit of a separate category? No, I mean, like, he's just being overly litigious here.
are you working for? Look at all the shills. It's so fun.
Like he's trying to scare people away. Well, then again, wait, I don't know. How does it work? Cross, like, borders, right? Because you're talking about, like, I don't even know what jurisdiction would the case be in. It's not like he could sue Ethan for defamation the way he could sue Channel 4 or any of the other outlets that covered him if he found anything that he thought, you know, they couldn't prove. But, I mean, this is more of just a takedown, so it doesn't seem like it depends on British law in any significant way.
So easy to mail
take
to
it off
me.
the screen. Take it off the screen.
Oh, yeah. Good
Can't just...
All right, let's move on. Thank you.
What?
So that's that.
I don't know
Let
what
me
was
see what
on the
you said
screen.
about the plastics page.
I don't know what was on the screen.
Okay. In the meantime, because it's a lot, I'll take a look at the chat. We just got one gifted member from Bethany. Thank you, Bethany. Appreciate that.
Oh my god. I don't know what's wilder, like Russell Brand trying to claim that stuff, or Bev trying to defend Russell Brand. Not entirely sure. Oh no, what is this? What even is this?
Когда все потихонечку.
Why?
Wait, this is what chiropractors do?
Dude, please don't go to
This is not
chiropractors.
standard.
I can't emphasize enough. And I know this is in Russia and this is pretty extreme, but the ones here are not that different, man.
No.
They're not. They're just making shit up, dude.
Those eggshells.
You cannot. Adjusting is not a real thing. This guy's telling him, I'm just gonna twist your spine. That's what he's doing by punching him in the. He's bringing out the mallet, dude.
Break.
Look at this. He's gonna twist the spine. It's insane.
Those eggshells.
No.
Yeah, he got a really good deal on that treatment, so no problem. There's another one. This next one's even crazier. The comment, he left her on 1 hit point, is so fucking funny and true. Look at this, man. This poor lady. I mean, I understand the impulse where it's like you've tried everything, you're in a ton of pain, nothing works. But this guy's gonna kill you. He you know. Yeah, this one got. Check the Claims Act because it said no impact.
It's still there.
But it doesn't say no impact.
Let me double check. Hold on.
Wait, what? What are we
Sucks
talking?
because I love this one, man. This one's really good.
It still says no impact. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go for it. Fuck it. That means they claimed it, but they didn't like try to take the money or block it or do any of that shit. Track, I don't know. So here is chiropractic, and this guy, they're speaking English here, so this is someone you could find down on Ventura Boulevard.
Ow! No.
The dentist who's more fucked up.
Oh yeah, let's go.
He actually looks like him too. Kenny, okay, this is fun. I've been wanting to do this, y'all. Dr. Kenny Smile. This guy was discovered on TikTok, and he's the real deal. This isn't a sketch. These aren't jokes. This is a real dentist with real patients. And boy, this dude is sick.
One fucked up dentist.
He is. It's crazy. Oh yeah, and he got called out by. This went viral when. What's her name called him out?
It was
An old singer.
Oh, Mama Tot was the one that like.
Mama Tot. No, it was like. Hold on. Don't you know what I'm talking? There's like.
I don't know what you're talking.
Look it up. There's an
I
old
apologize.
singer. Not super old. She's probably like 40, 45, 50. Like Jewel or some shit. Maybe it's Jewel. That's a singer. Right?
Jewel?
Oh, you're right. It is Jewel. You're right.
Jewel?
It's Jewel.
Yeah.
Wow. Jewel called
I remember
him out.
Jewel.
Literally,
Here, show
do
me
not
that.
know what
Or
else
let-
to do.
No,
not
Jewel.
Jewel.
Here you go.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
Go watch some Will
Here,
Neff.
here, I'll give you a little
There you
taste
go.
of what's
There's
to
the
come. Here.
resub.
He's filming his
There it
patient. This is
is.
real shit. Well,
There,
looky
it
what the
came
cow
through.
dug.
Drug in.
Thank you.
Talking about your outfit.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what this is.
Yeah, you're
but
gonna
it's a
go
first.
see
my second
Will
means I
Neff.
wear it.
I
I'm
have
wearing
no
it.
idea what
Are you
he's
serious?
doing. But
Oh my gosh,
he's
your
on
teeth
my
actually
list
match
because
your
someone
jacket.
in here likes Will Neff and recommended Will Neff.
Brown and white.
I guess that's where we're going. Yeah, everybody else that I was. Wait, are we watching?
All
Is this
right,
like
go ahead
the
and put those
dentist
babies
that's
in.
evil?
It kind of broke, but.
What's going on? Okay, these are.
You ever like kissed a guy in those?
Yeah, my boyfriend every day.
Okay,
You
what is
kiss your
that? I
boyfriend
don't
with those
even know
in?
what this is.
That was a man for life.
That he is.
Yeah, you're gonna get
Bradley
fucked.
Martin embarrassed by Sneeko. I meant to watch this.
Not kidding though.
Have you seen this?
I'll smash your fucking camera right now. No, I'm not playing.
Bradley, don't hang out with
Smoking
dudes like
a
this, man.
cigarette in Bradley
Oh,
Martin's
it's out,
gym.
it's out. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Go
And
put the shit out.
Bra-
It's out,
Bradley
bro.
Martin's not
Why is it still burning? Burn your fucking hand then. My hair, Put it on your fucking hand then.
It doesn't even hurt.
How do you do that?
Anyway, say hi
I'm not
to
playing
Will
with it.
Neff
I'm
for
not-
me,
it's out.
and good night,
It's
everybody.
out. I'm not playing. It's out.
How'd you light a cigarette?
The security cleaners. It's out.
And good night.
I'm not playing.
Bodies.
It's out. I'll
And
smash
good
your
night.
fucking camera.
Don't